gamers? Oh sure, so welcome back to another amazing live stream by yours truly. How are we? Welcome in everybody. Today we are playing some more 428 Shibuya Scramble. And we're about to scramble these I mean, who said that? Oh my goodness. No, I'm kidding. Yo, let me replay this for you. She wanna dance with a ghost, she wants to leave me. Okay. Period.
Hunt 148 wet blink a whole year of Luna. Do I get cake?
You can have the whole cake. Thank you so much, Black Blue, for sticking around for a whole year. Like, I honestly, whenever I see y'all pop up for like a year or more, I'm like, how has it been a year? Like, that's crazy. I feel like time has flown so fast. Like, what do you mean? But I honestly appreciate it so fucking much. You guys have no idea. Sappy shit aside, we don't like being cringe. I'm kidding. I'm cringe all the time. That's like my whole brand, actually. I am fucking cringe, but I am free. Yeah, but today we're playing 428 Shibuya Scramble because it's been a grip since we've played this. And I'm kind of excited to see just where the insanity unfolds because I feel like we haven't even scratched the surface. Like, I think we've been through like 1 or 2 hours of the entire game. So let me switch this over to the gamer screen, and also let me minimize this shit so I can actually see. Whew. Okay. Let's see if my controller wants to control today. Yeah, I don't think it's going to. I don't think it's going to because for some reason this game is so finicky with the controller. Like, it'll pretend it's there and then pretend it's not there so quickly. Okay. We're in now. Whew. Let me load. Do I remember where we left off? Of course I don't. I'll have to look at the time chart. The insanity is truly on a whole other level, bro. It's like every Spike Chunsoft game I play is worse than the last. And not like worse as in like it's a bad game, but worse as in it's more chaotic and crazy than the one before it, I swear. Like, you think Danganronpa's bad, and then I played Somnium Files, and I'm like, this is crazy, surely it couldn't get worse, and then I play Zero Escape, and I'm like, this is the peak of insanity, surely it cannot get any worse, but we'll see if it gets worse. In this game, I fear it might. But they really be building on the last one. I don't know if there's a, in quotes, correct way to play, like, the games, like, what order, but I feel like I played it in a good order. Okay, but, let me see. So we have a lot of to be continueds. I don't know where I should start, mostly because I don't remember, like, which one I recently got blocked out of, and therefore, if there was a hint, I don't know where to go for that hint, because I don't remember if there was a hint. Okay, waiting for the van and then keep out. I'm gonna just go here just so I can, like, maybe get a jumping off point. Because I have no idea. I have no idea where we're going. There should be hints on the keep out screens. Oh, is there? Hold on, let me see. Oh, actually, if I go to the bad ending list, would that help too? Okay, yeah, no. Okay, wait, let me go back in here. Let me see the bad end, because I think those are where the things usually are, right? Does this help me? This is a list of the bad endings. Here you can check for hints. Okay, yes, you can. You can. Okay, oh yeah. Kato blacked out. I was drinking the unknown substance. I think we stopped him from drinking it. So I think that's all set. What about this? There wasn't much Tama and Shiri could do to stop this strange intruder from destroying the sales event, but why did he show up in the first place, especially at this hour? The man in question has a clear choice to make at 11:30, and poor Tama's fate hinges on what he decides. Did we do that one? Oh, my bad, it was the bad end screen, not the keep out screen. No, you're good, because it led me to seeing the bad end list anyway, so you telling me to open up the pause menu was actually a good thing. I feel like I remember doing this one. 11:30? Let me check. Okay, this is the 11:30 slot. I don't even remember who it was that, like, rolled up. I don't even remember. Also, it's weird that, like, from here, I can't get to, like, a game over screen. Oh, wait. I think we can do this one now. I think we did that part. And maybe we need to go back? I don't remember. Yeah, if the route isn't on a bad end, you already got past it. Okay. Looking back on it, it was a pretty ridiculous turn of events. Did I read this? Still, if I was going to get my hands on that necklace, I had to take the chance that this job would pay out. I doubt we're going to be able to sell a single bottle of this crap, Cheery whispers in my ear. I'll just have to do the best I can, I say. I say it more to myself than to anyone else. Once again, I ask myself, why am I in such a rush to get this necklace anyway? I honestly don't know. It's the strangest thing. To be continued just means the character's hour is over. That's the intended outcome. It's the keep outs you have to make. Okay. Okay. Let me get out of here then. Because they all have... Wait, let me check. Okay, this is a keep out. So we need to fix something here. Okay, yeah. Because I think this is the only one with a keep out. So I'm assuming that is our attended. Let's see what it says here. Let's replay this part, I think. Sorry, y'all. I should have written it down, but I forgot what this game is like. Cars drifted on by one after the other, but they saw no sign of a blue van. After a while, even Achi began to grow impatient. This was starting to feel like a waste of time. Oh, sorry. I don't know why I read that part. And then... Hitomi, look. There it was. Oh yeah, and then they did it blow up or did they get kidnapped? I can't remember. I guess nothing. Okay, wait, did I accidentally skip past it? Did I skip past it accidentally? Keep out. You need to jump into it from another character. They don't give you hints, though? I thought they did. Where am I supposed to go now? You just gotta figure it out on your own? Okay. But if, like, the to be continueds are what you're supposed to do, maybe I have to do one here. Is this one? I guess I'll just shut the fuck up. By now, he was accustomed to Ai's coldness towards the two girls. The twins were Osawa's daughters from his first wife, who'd passed away 15 years ago. Ai had no blood ties to Maria or Hitomi herself. I just never understood that, because, like, even if they aren't your daughters, like, do you have no empathy for fucking human beings? Well, I continued, are the police going to reimburse us or not? She leered pointedly at Kajiwara. Well, right now we're focused on making sure Maria is safe. I stormed up to him, shouting right in his face. Stop dodging the question! Answer me! Yes, of course, Kajiwara squeaked. Maybe, would you like something to eat to help you calm down? Oh, she's not gonna like that. She is not gonna like that, I'll tell you right now. She's gonna be like, oh, you're telling me to calm down? She's about to whip out like, my two daughters have gone missing and you want me to calm down? Like, she could whip it out real fast, I know. And well, now pause on that. Hold on. I didn't mean it like that. Look for jumps from other characters. Those were like a different color, weren't they? Or am I tripping? I can't remember. He held out a banana. I smacked it out of his hand. Oh dear, what a waste. I mean, it's not. The banana is still in the peel. It doesn't look mushy or nothing. Like, you just pick it up and eat it, girl. What are you talking about? Kajiwara scrambled to retrieve the fruit from the floor. Osawa went over to Tanaka and whispered into his ear. I'm going to meet with Mr. Makino. Tanaka nodded silently. Turning, Osawa saw Kajiwara looking in their direction. They made eye contact, but Osawa quickly looked away and strode out of the living room. I mean, you probably should be, like, whispering when there's, like, cops in your house. Kajiwara followed after him. Excuse me, Mr. Osawa? Yes, what is it? The detective fussed sheepishly with his hair and forced a smile. Sir, we'd appreciate if you could remain in the living room as much as possible. Okay, well, is staying in the living room gonna pay my bills or get me back that money that y'all just let get run away with? Yeah, I did think so. Like, listen, am I sad my daughters are missing? Yes, but them not existing doesn't mean that I don't have needs that I need to take care of and responsibilities. Osawa was in no mood to stand on propriety. Look, I've got a ton of work to do. Are you here to tell me to play the role of the grieving father, too? No, not at all. Personally, I happen to think you're an admirable father, Mr. Osawa. Admirable. Does that word have a ring of sarcasm? This screenshot, like, actually haunts me in my nightmares. He had no way to tell if Kajiwara was being forthright with him or not. You're no ordinary fellow, Mr. Osawa. You're a genius. Why do I feel like low-key he's, like, in on whatever scheme is happening? I feel like they have to have an inside man. I just believe that. If not multiple. A genius? Me? Osawa made a skeptical noise. Am I mistaken, sir? You've made very important strides in the field of virus research. How would you know that? And how would you know that? Or, well, so I've been told. Osawa wasn't sure how to respond. He had never considered himself a genius. He was just someone who was more interested in viruses than he was in other people. Everyone who's a genius is also a little bit odd, after all, Kajiwara went on. Excuse me? Probably he intended that to be a compliment, but still. And I mean, there's nothing wrong with weirdos. Okay, you're just making it worse, actually. So long as they leave us ordinary folks alone, you know? Is this guy trying to praise me or insult me? Osawa let out a heavy sigh. Genius, weirdo, what did it even matter? So as long as he could be left to his work, he didn't care one whit about how he looked in other people's eyes. Kajiwara wiped the sweat off his forehead with a handkerchief. By the way, what are you working on right now? He asked. Why are you talking to me so damn much? In my fucking business. I'm afraid you wouldn't understand even if I explained it to you, Osawa replied. Right, precisely. Even if I gave it my full attention, it would still be beyond me. Yeah, I know, bro, spoiler warning for Persona 4 in 3, 2, 1. He's so Adachiing this right now. Like, he's playing the bumbling fool when he's actually the worst person you've ever met. I don't know if that's true. I could be judging, but, like, that's the energy he's giving. He's giving Adachi. Okay, spoiler over. He peered with sudden intensity at Osawa's face. Yeah, he definitely knows more than he's letting on. Don't piss me off. I'd appreciate it if you didn't hide things from me, sir, he said. Osawa gaped, at a loss for words. Oh, I'm so sorry, Kajiwara added hurriedly. Goodness, that made it sound like I'm accusing you of hiding something, didn't it? The detective bowed his head repeatedly. I hope you'll forgive me. He held out the banana. Bro, there's a listening device in here or something. That won't be necessary. How about this, then? I don't want anything. Leave me alone. This time he pulled a bar of chocolate. Bro, mind you, half eaten. Sorry, not half. We're not close to half yet, but, like, partially eaten. No, thank you. Did this guy just carry an endless food supply wherever he went? That's what I'm saying, but like, why is the chocolate partially eaten, bro? Like, I don't want your cooties. I'm sorry. Oh my, Kajiwara murmured. You geniuses really are tough to sort out. He inclined his head, mumbling to himself for a moment. What can I get for you then, sir? I don't fucking want anything. I want you to leave me alone. What I'd really like is some time by myself. In a daze of exasperation, Osawa felt his way to his study. Locking the door, he finally let out the breath he'd been holding. No, not the breath he'd been holding. The one he didn't know. Then his eyes alighted on the bookshelf against the wall. Oh yeah, we saw this picture already. Like I said, you know, I'm trying to get back into it so, you know, I can get in the mindset of what the fuck was even going on. You know what I'm saying? Like, I can't make any educated guesses if I don't know what I'm guessing on. Like, obviously I remember some things, but, you know. He pulled out a photo album and began to flip through it. There were pictures of his daughter's grade school enrollment ceremony. Their mother had already passed away from illness, so Osawa had taken the girls himself. He remembered that, after the ceremony, Hitomi had come down with a fever. I think it's interesting that one's color-coded as, like, white accessories. Like, they have the white bow in the hair and also the white socks. And the other one has black accessories and black socks. I feel like usually... I don't know. Usually you, like, they have, like, one of you is pink and one of you is purple. Or shit like that. I guess they're going for a classy approach. Hitomi had been rather sickly as a girl, falling bedridden at the drop of a hat, bro, because the other twin sucked all the nutrients during the womb phase. Maria, by contrast, had been lively and energetic, quite the handful. Or one of them is an early emo phase. Listen, I love that. I love that for them. Osawa had found it remarkable that their personalities could be so different despite them being twins. He flipped further into the album. There was a picture of the three of them at their grade school graduation. Maria was looking away from the camera. Osawa felt like someone had stabbed a dagger in his heart. His daughters or virology? Which truly concerned him more? Which did he truly love? It was ridiculous to try to compare the two. He'd known the answer before he'd even asked himself. Even so, human emotions were complicated, and sometimes made people act inconsistently. Don't I fucking know that shit, bro. Clip it and ship it. One of the consequences of this was this photo album. I don't know, something about that photo is a little haunting, especially like the way it's like grainy and like actually looks like a photo that was like digitized, which it could have been. Like, not, and when I say like a photo that's been digitized, I mean like one that's like actually taken with like a film camera and then like scanned in or something. Not like just straight, like I took the picture on my phone or my digital camera. You know what I mean? This was the last photo he had of Maria, which is sad considering like they're way older now than they are in this picture. A girly pop emo, period. He searched and searched through the rest of the album, but she was nowhere else to be found. Stop staring at me. Oh! To be continued. So yeah, that answer doesn't really matter. Which one do you take? Okay, let me look at the choices and see if anything is crazy. Let me see. Because I think... Oh, here we go. Girl, it literally says jump on... I'm gonna kill myself. Respectfully, of course. I love it. Considering how old it was, it's probably a Polaroid photo. Ooh, I love Polaroids. I feel like Polaroid pictures are like timeless classic pictures that, I don't know, just always look good. Like they could be washed out or super dark, but like I don't know why somehow they're still like goated. Whereas like if you took a bad digital photo, you're like, bro, be so for real right now. I also think there's something interesting about like old film cameras, like the little pre-wind up ones. Like I don't know, there's some joy about winding up the pictures and like having to be very specific with how much you take, because you're like, well, if I take all my pictures now, I'm gonna have nothing for later, you know. Don't let it, I don't know what this is about, but don't let it get you down, sir, I say, hoping to comfort him. Apparently we've already looked at the word sigh, just so we know. Don't let it get you down, sir, I say, hoping to comfort him. But Mr. Yanagashita just let out a sob-choked sigh. I try again. It'll be okay. Whether or not it helps you lose weight, it is spicy and it does make you sweat. I'm not sure I follow, Cheery says. How much you selling these bottles for, boss? 15,000 yen per bottle. Who's buying that? What? Cheery's jaw practically hits the floor. Mine does the same. No way. Nuh-uh, no freaking way. How much is that in American? Calling that price point absurd wouldn't begin to do it justice. Well, look, selling it at that price is my only option. I need to cover my cost. Anyway, please, I need you both to work your hardest. Apparently he'd committed to this insane course of action. Okay, Cheery replies. It's more like a sigh than a proper response, but I can't blame her. Okay, so it's like, okay. The highlighted words is where you get the jumps from? I thought usually they were a different color when you could actually jump on them, right? I guess that's not true. The 150 yen is roughly 103? Maybe 130 back then? Bro. Was it 100? Did he say 150 or 1500? Because either way, I'm not paying that. Red is for jumps, blue is for flavor text. So sometimes the jump is in a flavor text. Oh, true. Wait, I can go back, can't I? Or no? Once you hit something. Okay, no, you can. Okay, I'm gonna reread. Just in case. Just in case it's in here. Oh, what fucking button is it? No! What? Fuck, I can't remember the button. Okay, there it is. Sorry. Okay, it is. Okay, here we go. You're right. Good shout, because it wasn't here. I feel like, didn't we do this already? Or am I tripping? I really don't know. Hold on. Y'all mind if I grab my water bottle real quick? Sorry. Okay, I'm back. Sorry. Got my water, though. Water bottle check. ASMR for you. That probably sounded horrendous. I'm so sorry. I also didn't enjoy that. Okay. And, this is when his boss was about to krill himself, I believe, or was trying to, and then I think his daughter was there? I don't even know. I could just be capping right now, which is entirely possible. Oh, was it 15? Then just take off the 0. Yeah, I couldn't, now I don't know if he said 15 or 150. Either way, like I said, I'd pay like $5 for this 10 max. Okay. No, it's just... Toyama let out a long, heavy sigh of resignation. Oh yeah, his daughter was getting the tube, I remember that. It's the scratch cards that were in 4-star general gossip. That's where the problem is. And what is the problem? If you shine a light on the cards from behind, you can see where the winning symbols are. Whoa. I messed things up dealing with the printing company. All of this, he gestured vaguely. It's my fault, my responsibility. Oh yeah, and then we were starting to set up, me helping to write things. Wait, now it's all coming together. Hold on. I remember this. I wish there was is there a way to make it go faster? Yeah, I remember all this. I'm pretty sure we saw this stuff. I'll be stuck in even deeper, debt even deeper. And if that happens, I'll have to krill myself. So don't drop the issue, Minorikawa snapped. Yeah, and then I remember we got on the phone with some girl, right? Now I'm trying to remember. The proof. Okay. Well then, Minorikawa thought to himself. He let out a sigh and then held his hand out to Hana. Hana, would you mind giving me that hose? Hana gave her father a quick look, then handed the rubber hose to Minorikawa. This won't be necessary. He tossed the rubber hose into the trash, then jabbed his finger at Toyama. Show me the layout and draft proposal for next month's issue. Toyama blinked a few times in disbelief. Huh? Can't possibly be serious. I'm trying to help. Now show me the layout and the proposal before I change my mind. Yeah, we definitely went through all this before. Blah, blah, blah. Do you think... Hold on. Do you think I should continue going through this, or... Because I'm pretty sure I remember all of this stuff. And I don't think there's, like, a quick skip through this. So it's like, I'm just sitting here like, la, 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 la. Because I don't know if there's more that I need to see to, like, get where I was. But I literally remember we went out. We went out and talked to that freaking guy about his son, who ended up being, what's his fucking name? Achi. Oh, don't apologize to me. Apologize to your daughter. But then I'm like, if I click this, then I have to go all the way back, which is annoying. Okay, we're here. We're here. As it happens, I'd also like to interview people from SOS. Would you be able to put me in touch with your son? Yeah, sure, but you should know that my son isn't in the gang anymore. We did it, bro. It only took us 30 minutes to get to where we need to go. It did not help that I had to remember how to play the game basically from scratch. I was like, I don't know what the fuck I'm doing right now. I don't remember what the plot was besides like various things. But now it's coming back to me. It told me, look, there's the van. A blue van had appeared nearby, parked in a spot that had been empty previously. Get out of here, Soda. We don't want you anymore. Ah! Sorry, I just banged it up, banged my water on the arm of my chair. Remember? Wait. Oh, I didn't read the one before it. Did he have a keep out? I can't remember now, but we're here, so it's okay. Not all the jumps are necessary. Sometimes they're just a quick and easy way to segue into another character's story. Okay, word. Remember, to be continued is what you want. If that's at the end of a route, you can leave it. Okay, okay. Got you. A blue van had appeared nearby, parked in a spot that had been empty previously. Achi couldn't see who was inside, but there was definitely something fishy about it. It's fishy, innit? Besides, there weren't any other blue cars around, so this had to be it. He'd been right, the crooks had come back after all. I'm gonna go take a quick look, Achi said. You wait here. But before he could carry out his plan, Hitomi jumped to her feet. Without a word, she rushed towards the van. Oh my god, bro. And when you get kidnapped, then what, bitch? Without a word, she rushed towards the van. Like, what? I know people act irrationally. Sometimes under high-stress situations. But, like, what do you think you're gonna do? Like, in a way, like, obviously I get it. Being human is like this. But on the other hand, I'm like, can you be so for real right now? What do you think you're going to accomplish by doing this? Ugh. Sorry. I had to fix my hair. But before we could carry out his plan... Oh yeah, she jumped... Blah, 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 blah. Hold on! I said wait! She wasn't slowing down. Achi caught hold of her arm. Wait. This could be dangerous. What if the kidnapper's in there? And what if my sister's in there? I have to help her. Okay, you're no good to your sister if you're dead. That's just facts. You can't help if you are also kidnapped. Not gonna lie, Hitomi is giving real damsel in distress energy, always getting in trouble, especially needing to be saved by Achi. That is so true. I'm just thinking about it, like, from my personal standpoint. Like, if my sister got kidnapped, I know that, like, putting myself in danger or rushing to try to, like, fix things is not gonna help her. And I know damn well, like, my sister would not want me doing those things because she wouldn't want me to get hurt. And I'm feeling like, well, I don't know the relation between Hitomi and her sister, but I assume Maria would feel the same way. Like, she wouldn't want her sister to put herself in dangerous situations for her. You know what I mean? But that's just me, though. What do I know about their relationship? She can be like, I actually fucking hate my sister. Achi knew full well what it was like to be impulsive. He's like, I actually know a little too well. But this was one situation where cooler heads would have to prevail. We can't just hang out here. Oh, sorry, that's her. We can't just hang out here, she insisted. What if the car takes off again? That's why I said I'm gonna go take a look first. But isn't that dangerous? What if they do something to my sister because some random guy comes snooping around? Oh, huh. Yeah, you got a good point. Achi thought as fast as he could. The criminal told Hitomi to get into the van. There had to be some specific reason for that, so he could kidnap her ass, bruh. What if they were planning to abduct her as well? Whatever the case, he couldn't just let her go. Not the safe thing coming up. That was crazy. He had to make a snap decision. Okay, we have option A. Look, just let me go first. I don't want to put you at any risk. Okay, let's go together then. Does that work for you? I think leaving her alone is always a bad option, but also, I don't know. Should we do the thing that I think is right, or the one that I don't think is right? I mean, because if we go together and they do try to grab her, like, I could potentially try to grab her back, but, like, in my head, if I leave her here and I go, somebody could just be like, run up from behind and grab her, you know what I'm saying? But then I'm also like, well, if I think that that's true, I should go for that ending first, right? Because it's the one that I don't need. Oops, I didn't mean to do that. And then I could go back to the one that is right. But then I'm like, what if it's a red herring and it actually is the right choice? And then I'm like, at the end of the day, it doesn't actually fucking matter. So I'm gonna go, I think this is right, but it could be wrong. But I'm gonna go with this first, just because I am under the assumption that this is probably not what you're supposed to do. Therefore, I want to get that bad ending and then go to the right ending. Look, just let me go first. I don't want to put you at risk. Hitomi's determination wavered at the look in Achi's eyes. Please, he continued. We have no idea who or what we might run into. If I think they're gonna try to run off again, I'll give some signal. Then you can come along, and I doubt they'll be interested in leaving then. Hitomi gave a reluctant nod. Please be careful. Will do. And tell me if my sister's in there. I will. You can count on it. Achi stepped... Actually, maybe now I'm thinking about it, if they went up together, they would have seen the two of them together. So maybe that actually was the wrong one. Oopsies. Either way. We'll find out. We'll see. We'll see. Achi stepped out into the opening and started walking towards the van. Listen, I'd be like cash about it. Like, why are you walking directly towards it? He tried his best to look as if he wasn't paying it any attention. Yep. Okay, no, he is playing it cash. Sorry. I misinterpreted what they wrote. Yep, I'm just an ordinary passerby. As he got nearer, he tried to sneak a glimpse inside. The van's dark window film made it hard to see who might be inside, or even how many people. Casually, he moved closer, still to get a better look. Can I help you? How did we get in front of the car? Suddenly, the sliding door burst open and several people jumped out. None of them were Japanese. Within moments, Achi was surrounded. Whoa, what? Hey, what's the deal? Achi said. He let out a little chuckle. Man, that thing must be packed. How many seats you got in that thing anyway? He took another step towards the vehicle and looked inside. One of the men pulled a knife from inside his jacket, thrusting it out in Achi's direction. He'd probably meant it as a simple threat, but on reflex, Achi went into self-defense mode, kicking him right in the jaw. Actually, this might be the right... Damn, bro. I can't believe I girl-failed my way into the right answer. There was a loud crack as his foot connected. The man dropped out like a light. The other stared, then rushed him. He's too much of a badass, you can't help it, bro. He's got, like, the Kiru reflexes. Well, this sure hadn't gone as planned. Too late to take it back now. The damage was done, and Achi was going to have to take out the rest of the punks, too. He nimbly shifted his feet, evading their initial attack. Having to take these guys on 3-1 wasn't going to be pretty. Hachi! He heard Hitomi cry out. Crap. He hadn't given any signal, but she had come out of hiding anyway. Oh my god, she pissed me off. All she does is be annoying and get kidnapped. Like, can you do what I tell you to do? Please? Hitomi, stay back! How was he supposed to fight off 3 guys to protect her at the same time? What could he do? What should he do? Within moments, a number of passerby had gathered around the fight. Maybe they'd heard Hitomi shouting. Hey, what's going on? Oh god, is that a knife? This ain't just some petty squabble. Damn, maybe Yakuza did have it right in 3, when everybody just runs over and they have the phones out or whatever. Like, okay, period. I mean, that's what we do now. I'd be like, oh, somebody's gonna put this on World Star. I don't even know if World Star is still a thing. That's just... This ain't just some petty squabble. Someone called the police! Some of them began taking photos with their cell phones. One of the men cursed in frustration, then signaled for his buddies to get back into the car. Achi couldn't stop them. The engine roared to life and the van sped away. Knowing he'd never catch them on foot, Achi merely watched it go. If she hadn't come out, I could have kicked all their asses. Cause now I gotta get pissed at you. He failed. He'd failed. This was his fault, all of it. Achi bit his lip hard. How could he possibly face Hitomi now? Achi. Hitomi's voice was hollow, empty. I mean, low-key, it's her fault, though. It, like, really is. Because he could have beat them up, and then they could have looked in the van together and called the police and have all these guys arrested. But she decided to make her nosy ass part of the business when he literally told you, I'll give you a signal when to come over. Bro, the one thing, I hate when games try to make me feel bad, because baby, I'm not feeling bad for something that wasn't my fault. I had that shit under control. Trust. Achi stared down at his feet like a scolded child. I'm sorry, I didn't see whether your sister was in there or not. I see. The words, so simple and matter-of-fact, stung him to the heart. I'm so sorry. But Hitomi simply shook her head. The fact that she wasn't even chewing him out made him feel all the worse. I know I messed up, but He was going to say, I'll make up for it, somehow, but he froze with fear at what he saw next. Oh, shit. Across the street, staring at them, was the man with the cane. Hitomi, it's him. They had to get out of here. He grabbed Hitomi by the hand and bolted down Dogenzaka. The assassin followed, staying on his side of the road. And Achi wasn't sure what to do. Should they try heading into the alleys and side streets again? No, it was more dangerous to head someplace where there'd be fewer witnesses. Best to stick to Dogenzaka for now. The man wouldn't be able to gun them down if they managed to lose themselves in a crowd along Center Guy first. Besides, the guy had to use a cane. Achi and Hitomi... Listen, what do we know about guys and canes? Take a look at, Kazama. Like, we seen how he rolled. Cane or otherwise. Yeah, he was killing bitches, trust. From Yakuza, obviously. Besides, the guy had to use a cane. Achi and Hitomi could outrun him. Hand in hand, they sped along Dogenzaka and through the intersection in front of the I-09 building. Oh my god, I seen that in The World Ends With You, or whatever. Come on, Hitomi, just a little further. Okay. She was panting, but she pressed on. Achi risked a glance back over his shoulder. Huh? He stopped in surprise. Is that Kano in the background? What's wrong? Hitomi asked. That guy, he's not following us. The slope leading down to the intersection wasn't all that steep. Several plainclothes detectives have been hiding amidst the crowd in the intersection as part of the kidnapping stakeout. Right now, Director Kuze is sending a message to all officers over wireless, and so the detectives have stopped to listen in. It's a bit unusual. An observant individual might notice. It was strange that the gunman hadn't bothered to pursue. Still, there was no time to worry about his behavior right now. Hitomi, can you still run? Yeah, I'm alright. And this is our chance. This way. I'm sorry, Achi's got the most, like, luscious looking hair I've ever seen. And I was like, why does his hair look better than hers? I swear. They needed to put plenty of distance. I swear, guys with like long hair sometimes who put less effort into it have better hair than people who actually put effort into their hair. That's the worst part. It's always the people who like don't give a fuck. And I feel like, I don't know if it's true, but I feel like Achi's the type of bitch who like wakes up, throws on his 5-in-1 shampoo, brushes a hair through it, and then goes out. You think he takes 2 hours each morning to make it perfect? You think that? I think that's a funny idea too. It's just like his dad's like, come on, you have to help me at the shop, and he's like, Dad, I have to do my hair. The real reason he stopped doing gang life is because he didn't have enough time to do his hair routine. They needed to put plenty of distance behind them before the assassin came after them again. But they also needed to find the van again. I don't like the use of again and again that closely. And rescue Hitomi's sister. Would they be able to find it and yet stay hidden from the man with the cane? Achi wasn't sure one way or another, but with Hitomi in tow, he hurried onward along the Center Guy. Yay. No, I'm kidding. It could be. But I'm saying, I think AI is I, you know, like love. So that's why I'm saying it that way. Guy. So I'm like, well, if AI makes this noise, I don't know. To be continued. Y'all, we have officially crossed the 11 o'clock time block off the list. Yeah, yeah. Finally. Okay. I don't even know. I guess this means we can hop into anybody we want. Do y'all guys want to see a specific character? We have Tama, Achi, Kano, Minorikawa, and then Osawa. I'm honestly down to really go to anybody. I would say worst comes to worst, I'd probably just go in order that we originally played them in. So I'd just be like, meow, and then you, and then you, and then you. I'm always a Tama fanboy. Okay, we'll go Tama. I wish the wiggle when you like moved happened more. Cause look, she do her little dancey dance. In 1 hour, the Burning Hammer sales demo will begin. Cheery is laying on the assortment of snacks that we have on hand. Hey, Tama, you hungry? Why, yes. Yes, I am. I mean, that should be pretty obvious at this point. All I've had since putting on this stupid mascot costume is some burning hammer and a bunch of iced tea. Hey now. Cheery shoots back. She's gonna have to piss so bad real soon, and it's about to be real bad for her. Listen, I'm gonna say... I don't know. What would you do in this scenario? Like, I would just go to the company and be like, this shit won't come off. What do you want me to do? I don't know. Start looking up stuff on the internet. How to loosen up zippers. It's probably caught some of that fur back there. I don't even know. What's with the attitude? Cheery, don't piss me off right now. Cheery, you do remember that you ate my lunch, right? The sticker said it was best before noon. You just made that up. Yeah. Cheery chortles merrily and chugs some more iced tea. Honestly, I'd be crashing out so fucking hard right now. Honestly, every single one of these scenarios would just make me crash out. Because I'm like, you're making jokes right now, and I'm trapped in a mascot costume. I'm going to murder, like, call me Five Nights at Freddy's, because I'm about to murder people in a mascot costume. Like, if this was the start of Tama's villain origin story, I don't think anybody could blame her. I think she would be so valid and real, and I would support all of the rights and wrongs. Okay, folks, Mr. Yanagashita calls out as he slips into the room. Lunch break's over. Back to work. I don't feel like I've had much of a break. If anything, I'm even more mentally exhausted than I was before. There's a box full of Anagachi toys in the storeroom on the 3rd floor. Mind bringing those down? Anagachi? I ask. What's that? The name makes it sound more like some sort of product knockoff. Mr. Yanagashita's face widens in surprise. You've never heard of one? You know Anagachi. It's a digital pet game where you raise an eel that lives in Tokyo Bay. I'm actually dead. Why is that funny as fuck? A portable electronic game in which you raise a conger eel, Anago, feeding it daily and clearing away feces. Depending on how you raise your eel, it can wind up developing into various forms, from normal eel to ultimate eel sushi. I don't know why, like, obviously for a reason, but this is giving me, the... I don't remember what they called it in Somnium Files, Nirvana Initiative, but in Nirvana Initiative, they literally had, like, you know, the little, like, Tamagotchi ripoff where you could have, like, the little AIs of the different characters, and, like, you know, it would go from, like, an Aiba one to a child one, and it would be, like, one of, like, the kids at the time, and then it would grow up to an adult and be one of the adults at the time. So I'm like, okay, so they really just liked ripping off Tamagotchis. They're like, I will bring this up any way that I can. And I'm not mad about it. I'm not mad about it. I think it's funny. You can also use the infrared communication feature to bring over friends for your eel from another nearby Anagachi device. There is also a sister product, Trout Watch. By connecting the two, you can view a special event where the eel and trout characters go to a pub together. I'm not gonna lie, it sounds pretty good. Never heard of it, I say. Huh, well, I guess maybe a lot of people in Japan haven't heard of it yet. It's all the rage right now with youngsters over in NYC. I don't think it would be, though. Especially because it's an eel in Tokyo Bay. NYC? Oh, he must mean New York City. It's popular in New York? Really? I don't believe that. I think that's cap. I mean, why else would you have 300 of them just laying around? Clearly you're hyping it up, brother. Anyway, I did some quick checking, and that's what I learned. So last month, I bought a whole bunch of them. And once again, you were swindled. Yep. Ouch. Oh, sorry, that was Cheery. And once again, you were swindled. Yep. Ouch, Cheery. You dropped the hard truth. Ew. Mr. Yanagashita lets out a pathetic whimper. No. Just like that, his confidence evaporates. He starts muttering to himself. I thought it sounded a little fishy, really. I mean, think about it. Why would kids in New York be interested in raising eels from Tokyo Bay? Funny how I just said that, like, babe, you didn't think about that before? You made an investment? Somebody needs to take away his money. How do you even have money to buy anything? And what appeal would an eel character even have anyway? None, that's what. I should have known that. I did know it. Then why'd you buy them? This farce is getting tiresome. Anyway, Yanagashita continues, it was gonna cost way too much to keep them in storage, so I was just gonna let the recycling guy take them. He hangs his head in shame. In a matter of moments, he's borderline catatonic. The type of eel that gives Anagachi its name, Anago, can be loosely translated as the creature that lives in a hole. Mr. Yanagashita is probably wishing he could crawl into a hole right about now. Cheery, on the other hand, flashes a big, bright grin. Still, you know, eel's pretty delicious. Oh, Cheery! Yanagashita blurts. Thank you. He clasps her hand in gratitude. I wasn't exactly complimenting you there, boss. You know, I just had a thought. This is what we could do, right? If you cut me out of the suit, I could sew it back together, bro. Trust. It's the same thing. There's a little bit of me in each of my products. There's a bit of me in every body. Anagachi and I are one and the same. Oh. Sorry, that animation took me out. Did we cook it? That's crazy. A brief Onagachi gameplay clip. The trick is to feed your eel proper food and give it proper exercise. Another important strategy tip is to make sure to obtain the sharp chef's knife when you visit Kapabashi Kitchen Town partway through the game. Oh no. Which is to say, eels and I are one and the same. Go on then, say something nice about eels. Shiri chimes right in without missing a beat. Eels are awesome. When it comes to eel sushi, 100 pieces barely whets my appetite. You know, these two make quite a pair. That really means a lot to me, Cherry. Thank you, thank you. I don't understand what any of this is about, but if it helps mend Mr. Yanagishida's wounded spirits, I guess I can't complain. I leave them to their devices and head for the storeroom. Sorry, this is so unrelated. I was just looking over, and I don't know why it just, like, clocked to me, but I think you might be one of the first people, Black Blue, where you can actually see their 1 year sub badge. Because I think everybody else who has it is all first members. So you can't even see their icon. I don't know why that just clocked over to me when I looked over and I was like, oh, the rainbow one! The rainbow one! The only time I see it is on myself. So I wasn't prepared for that. Wait, hold on. I think that means I might have to make new icons soon, because I think we're getting close to when more need to be made, which is crazy. I forget where that even is, though. That's okay. The storeroom door opens with a rough grating sound. Yeah, I think that's true. You also mentioned that for the previous badge. Yeah, it's so weird that I actually get to see them now. I'm like, oh my gosh, there it is. I'm wondering what colors I should do next. So if y'all have colors you want to see, by all means, let me know. Because I've just been doing, like, the ones that I like. I like the one that I have after this one. It's, like, very subtle, but that's why I'm like, maybe I should change it. Because maybe it shouldn't be as subtle. I don't know, though. Okay, the storeroom door opens with a rough grating sound. Okay, now where's the light switch? Girl, please be careful. Fur around electrical equipment? Yeah, she's getting set on fire. You're getting set on fire, I fear, Pookie. I fumble around in the dark, feeling for the switch box. My costume paws mute the sensations in my hands enough that even finding that is difficult. I bat at the wall willy-nilly until eventually the lights come on. Apparently I found the switch, even if I didn't feel it. Whoa, what the heck is this? The storeroom is practically overflowing with shoddy goods. A painting that looks like a child's scribblings? Oh no. He makes me feel special. Yeah. I've never really thought about color theory. I don't know what looks good together. Like, I think it looks good. I think it's cute. I just don't know if people want, like, bolder colors. Or if they're okay with some chiller ones. I don't know. Because I feel like the last ones have been really bold. Like, the pink, the neon pink, and the neon green. Bold. Rainbow, kind of bold. this one's, like, you know, we're chilling now. We're chilling now in our, I think it's a year and a half. Our year and a halfness. An oddly shaped hat bearing the words, grow 2 inches, guaranteed. That's insane. A cheap-looking pendant with a tag that says it's set with a miracle stone. These stones are nothing more than simple glass beads that were purchased at 500 yen a piece. The seller claimed normally these sell for 10,000 a pop, but if you buy 100 of them, I'll give you half off. At which the buyer declared it really is a miracle before joyfully agreeing to the purchase. Oh no. The fact that someone like Yanagishida actually exists to buy these things is also kind of a miracle. It's like this is the knockoff boneyard where cheap products go to die. They break away from their pathetic herd, knowing their time has come, and end up in this graveyard of a storeroom. Let's see. Onagachi. I do see some cute chicken plushies of, funnily enough, the chicken mascot that we just had, but these are supposed to be a rental, so why do we have those? I quickly spy the cardboard box I'm looking for. Honestly, shout out to the whoever like made the sets, because It's crazy. It's crazy. Like, normal games, all you have to do is, like, draw it at least. But, like, this, you actually had to, like, make a room and fill it with shit. You know what I mean? And, like, all of the other shots, too, obviously. But, like, somebody had to make and design this cardboard box so they could get it printed in real life. Even if it was just one box, I still find that very funny. Ooh. Then I catch a sight of a dark silhouette out of the corner of my eye. I thought I just heard, like, scuttling, and that scared me. Hi, Hydro. How are you, friend? Eek! A yelp. Oh, it's a roach! Oh, girl, not the CGI roach. What was that? That was really funny. Wait, I have to watch that. They had to get the... It looks like one of those, 3D models from, like, edutainment game. Yeah, I heard scuttling 100%. I was like, what was that? And then it just crawled on the box. It's one of them. Black, flat, quick, long antenna. Often spotted in kitchens. Sometimes, somehow, their legs wind up in restaurant food. Ew. The size, the speed, the dark shape. It couldn't be anything else. It peers back at me from the shadows of the Anagachi box, the faint light catching the luster of its carapace. It looks ready to leap out at me at any moment. I need to act fast. I 1. Challenge it to single combat, or 2. I snatch up the cardboard box and make a run for it. I have to fight the roach. I challenge it to single combat. It flitters aloft. See, you have to see, it's kind of nice though. Because unless it lands in your mouth, like, you kind of are protected. It flutters aloft. It's gunning for me, alright. Bracing myself, I step forward to confront it, which paradoxically helps me calm my nerves. I get the sneaking suspicion that this isn't the first time I've done battle with one of these things. It's like I've trained myself to protect someone who's even more scared of them than I am. As I mull that over, the thing hovering in the air presses its attack against me. Now's my chance. I snatch up a nearby piece of cardboard and swat the creature hard. It sails out the window in a graceful arc, then flitters away into the world beyond. Whew. At least we parted on mutually acceptable terms. I didn't have to squash it or blast it with pesticide. Hefting the box labeled Anagachi, I scurry away from the graveyard of shellac merchandise. Once again, stumbling into the correct answer. Listen, I had to fistfight that roach to assert dominance, obviously. Yes, that is the one year sub. It's epic, right? We were just talking about it like half a second ago, I swear. I was like, oh my god, I actually get to see it on somebody that's like not me. And obviously I don't talk in my own chat a crazy amount, only occasionally when I need to. I just think it's so bizarre that like Twitch lets you have multiple little icons next to your name. So I don't know why they don't let you have the first and the actual sub icon. It's so stupid. Like, why wouldn't I want to flex both of those things? Phew, I made it. When I get back to the break room, Mr. Yanagashita is still clutching Chiri's hands. And I bet you, like, we're not the first people who are like, Twitch, what the fuck? And they're all like, la 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 la, anyways. Hold on, y'all mind if I take a drink real quick? Bro, the leftover soda is, you know, making me still burp right in your face. My bad. Listen, I am questioning how old is Chiri? I don't know, Yanagashita gives me like 40s energy. I've asked that same question multiple times. I have a first badge in a lot of chats, and I hate that I can never see the changing sub badges. For real. It's like, okay, cool, I'm one of the first ones to support these people. That's epic. But also, I can't see the cool, like, you know, sub badges that they either made or like commissioned. You know what I'm saying? So it's like it sucks, but yeah, it is what it is. Twitch hates us.
And eel's super tasty when you salt broil it too. Thank you. But tempura style is probably the best.
Thank you. Well, Mr. Yanagishita's spirits have certainly turned around. Like, what is happening? Okay, got it. I hold out the big cardboard box. Excellent. Thank you. You girls are the greatest, Yanagishita shouts. His voice resounds with gratitude. Why are you still crying? I thought those tears looked weird. They're probably like weird gel. Fake tears. Hey, that's it. I just got an amazing idea. Why don't the three of us start our own company? Yeah, no, baby. We're not doing that. You make way too many bad financial decisions for me to tie myself to you in any way.
I'll pass.
Tear and I respond in unison. Bro, me trying not to make my thumbnail these three again. Listen, like, why wouldn't, like, this is such an epic shot for a thumbnail. Why wouldn't I want to use it? But then I'm like, I've already used Tama twice in my thumbnails.
Man, you two shot that one down quick. Well, for today, let's just focus on selling Burning Hammer. By the way, I ask, where is the Burning Hammer? There wasn't any in the storeroom, and I didn't see any here either. Oh, that's right.
You don't like Tama?
It just was a shock because I wasn't ready for him to
Listen,
be in my
she's
face.
trapped in that costume.
Oh.
And they can't cut it open because it's a rental. So she's having the worst
A
time.
Persona game where it's this concept and it's just like, I'm just stuck in here.
Listen, it's not just like Teddy and Morgana.
The difference is, though, I don't think Teddy's stuck in there.
No, he's not stuck. Well, I mean, I don't think he realized he could come out of it at first. But Morgana is. We don't know if he's a human or whatever. I haven't played Striker, so I don't know if it reveals anything, but... Sorry. Obviously, my sister was talking to me. But she said that she joined my stream and then just saw Tama and was like, what the fuck is this? Is that just Teddy? My thoughts? I guess she's right though. Teddy's not trapped in his thing. He can come out and be like a blonde twink whenever he wants.
Oh, that's right. It's out back on the loading dock. We should probably go and bring it in, bro.
If we go out there and it's been stolen, I'm going to explode. Yeah, we didn't know that at first. Exactly. True. Which is what I said. I was like, well, he didn't realize at first, so, you know, we could just play that for the whole game where he just never tries the obvious zipper. Or what if he just, like, can't see, so he doesn't even know that there's a zipper, and nobody else brings it up, because they think it's funny.
Oh, and bring the Onagachis with you, too. The recycling guy's gonna be showing up soon. Come on, let's go.
What if we accidentally throw away the wrong thing, even though the box is clearly labeled? Shiri and I follow Mr. Yanagishita out to the loading dock. Did I write this game? I literally knew it. I literally knew this wasn't going to be here. Because why? I'm on my hands and knees right now. Because why would you leave that out? Knowing people love to steal. It's common sense, I fear. Like, I get people wanting to trust others, but I'm of the opinion, never trust anybody. Well, not like never trust anybody, but, you know, like, don't trust strangers, especially. Like, do not operate on, like, you know, like, oh, my door unlocked because, you know, I live in a good place. You never know, baby, you never know.
But the loading dock, it turns out, is empty. There's no sign of the burning hammer anywhere. I mean, to be fair, granted, I know we need to, sorry if you heard that noise, we need to sell it, but like, shout out to whoever stole it, because I don't think they're going to be liking it. What if it was those Yakuza guys? It's gone, Mr. Yanagashita murmurs. I don't even know, like, why did you not take them inside? That wasn't even that many boxes. I could have done that by myself. It's gone, all gone, the burning hammer, it's all gone. Kiru-chan! Yeah, you bro said, Yakuza! I love that side shot of Tama where you can see a single eye. I know, right? Flying into a panic, he searches frantically from one end of the dock to the other, leaping into the air, even peering down into the cracks. But no matter where he looks, there's nothing for him to find. It was right here a little while ago. Like, right here, right here. I think it's right there. I hear the sound of an engine revving outside. Oh, it's the recycling guy. Mr. Yanagashita cries out in alarm. He can see a truck starting to pull away. Its bed is piled high with cardboard boxes and other assorted trash. I kind of feel a little bad. Hey, boss, is that... Yes, there it is! Mr. Yanagashita begins racing after the truck. My burning hammer! His voice cracks as he cries out. Give it back! Give it back! But he's no match for a speeding truck, and the boxes of burning hammer vanish before his eyes. Burning hammer! Come back! Come back! Yanagashita's wailing echoes from the surrounding buildings. It's like something out of a movie. What the hell? What's up with that truck? Tama! Who the heck was that? Hey, don't look at me, I reply. Huh, with all those piles of stuff, it looked just like the recycling guy. As soon as he says it, revelation dawns on his face. The recycling guy, he mutters. I can see the color draining from his face. The words recycling guy give me an idea. If it was him, maybe he thought he was picking up the Onagachis by mistake. We have to find it. We have to find that truck. The man is absolutely beside himself. Chiri, Tama, you two split up and try to track it down. Wait, why don't we have to look for it? Again, Chiri and I speak in chorus. If there's no sales demo, there's no money to pay you. And then all the work you've done will be for nothing. Right, when he puts it that way, I guess there isn't much of a choice. Somehow or another, we'll have to find that truck. It can't have gone far, he continues. No, go hunt for it like your life depended on it. Chiri and I look at each other and sigh. How do you want to do this, she asks. Want to search together, or should we split up? I think we should do the wrong thing and split up. Let's do the white people thing and split up and look for clues, gang. We should split up. Chiri and I go our separate ways, searching for a truck full of junk. I make my way to Center Guy. Oh lord, I'm so focused on searching all over as I walk that I lose track of where I'm going, and wind up bumping right into a man who's hurrying along with his daughter. Oh, wait, it's this guy. Taro and Hana Toyama. They came to Center Guy to eat lunch. Before that, they were at Heaven Publishing in Shibuya 1 Chome. While wandering around distractedly looking for somewhere cheap and tasty, Mr. Toyama bumped right into Tama. Okay, so don't you have work you need to be doing? Why are you out here lollygagging? Don't you have a paper to write? Like, what are we doing right now? Oh, pardon me. Oh, sorry, I think that was me. Oh, pardon me. I hop back up to my feet and go to bow to the man in apology. Ow. He bows at the same time and we manage to bonk our heads together. Sorry. As her dad drops to his knees, clutching his head, the girl begins to wander off. Hey, Hana, wait! The man lurches to his feet and rushes after the girl. She seems like an odd kid, only 10 or so, but strangely cold and distant for her age. Nursing my own sore head. How is your head sore, though? You're in a mascot costume. You're basically wearing a helmet. I make it all the way to Shibuya Station, but there's no sign of the truck. I'll probably never find it just by wandering around randomly. Dude, it's the countdown clock from Danganronpa 2. It's actually a bomb. It's already 12:35. The sales demo starts in 25 minutes. I have serious doubts I'll be able to find the truck by then. What should I do? Keep out. All right. She do her little dancey dance. I'm kind of curious to see what Kano is up to. My favorite Omega. Kano had been watching Syndicate members hand off the attaché case for an hour and a half. He still had no idea where this relay might be headed. The man he was sailing now was about 10 meters away, close enough that Kano could close the distance and apprehend him at a moment's notice. But his orders remain the same. Follow and observe. I feel like, I don't know why, I just feel like the boss is in on her or something. Somebody is an inside man. I just know it. You can't fucking doubt me. I know things. He watched as the case was handed off once more. By now, the shock of seeing it pass to yet another accomplice had worn off. It's already been 90 minutes, huh? It was Sasayama. At some point, he'd crept up on Kano from behind. They don't seem like they're trying to get away at all, Kano said. They're just walking. What could they be up to? Sasayama shrugged. Yeah, it is weird. Kano recalled Dick Dickum and number 89. Alright, give me the words of wisdom. Okay, I need you to translate this for me. The more irrelevant something seems, the more relevant it's bound to be. If Tateno's wisdom held true, the Syndicate must have some reason for what it was doing. Were they just trying to throw the investigators off their scent? No, that couldn't be it. They were wandering in circles, staying right in the same area. They were just running up the clock. I think the real money is already gone, to be honest. I think this is a fake case. What if that's exactly what they were after, buying time? Kano felt a sudden conviction that he was on the right track. If they needed more time to make sure they got their hands on the ransom payment... Wait, hold on. Could it be that? The real case had already been switched out. Yes! Either that or yeah, it's definitely... Ooh. The real case had already been switched out, or the ransom money wasn't even in the case anymore. That's a good question. Because they could have easily switched the cases at any point when we looked at them, or they could have ditched the money. I don't know. I'm going to go with the first one because that is like the theory that I've been saying, but I could also see that like this is the same exact case. Maybe it is the money wasn't even in there anymore. Can I see what he said before? They were running up the clock. What if that's exactly what they were after, buying time? Yeah, I think the money's not in here anymore. Could it be that the ransom money wasn't even in the case anymore? I've got it. Sasayama perked up. You got what? Each time those crooks hand off the case, they sneak out a bundle of 1,000,000 yen. They keep doing that, and eventually the case itself is empty. Of course. That's how they've been playing us. Kano and Sasayama exchanged a look. How many people would need to make the switch for them to pull all the money? Sasayama asked. 50 million yen divided by 1 million. That makes 5 people. And that's it then. No, wait.
50 people. I was like, wait, I don't think that's right. That many? That can't be the deal then. So it is the case. Yeah, it's not. They both sighed in unison. The man with the attaché case, or maybe it's not, maybe they're both wrong. Because we've seen certain answers don't actually, like, aren't, not every answer you give is correct, even if it does lead you to the correct route. You know what I mean? The man with the attaché case made his way back to Shibuya Station. The heck? Sasayama grumbled. He's right back where we started. Kano felt his frustration growing. It honestly looked like the syndicate was just randomly lugging the case around town. Near Shibuya Station, a girl approached the suspect. She was Japanese and entirely unlike any of the other criminal accomplices. She spoke to the man while showing him something on a notepad. He glanced at the pad but did not slow down. Within moments, he had left her behind. It looked like she just passed him a message. Well, that's sure fishy, Sasayama muttered. What, the girl? Asked Kano. Yeah. Wanna go hit her up? Sasayama could only mean one thing, questioning her. Let's go. Fuck it. Yeah, let's go see what she knows. Sasayama and Kano hurried over to the girl. Excuse me, miss. We'd like to ask you a few... Are you happy with your life? The young woman shouted. She thrust her notepad in Kano's face. Alright, let's get out of here. Tell me this. Are you happy with your life right now? Huh? Looking at the notepad, Kano saw the same question written in big bold letters. The girl's eyes widened in surprise, as if she hadn't expected the two men to actually stop and listen. Right now, sir, she continued more quietly, are you happy? If so, could you please take this survey about, about your life? Are you happy with it? The more she spoke, the more flustered she became. Sasayama stepped in. Hey, I need to know. Did you just speak with that Western fellow just now? Huh? No, that isn't what I'm asking. Sir, are you happy with your life right now? Are you happy with your life right now? Kano got a sinking feeling in his stomach. The kid was looking for religious converts or something. You did speak with him, didn't you? Sasayama snapped. What did you tell him? The girl's rambling abruptly ceased. Her already ruddy face went even redder, and tears welled up in her eyes. Why, she got like a Hello Kitty notebook. Poor kid, Kano thought. She's just out here trying to get people to listen to her survey questions. There's no way she's part of this kidnapping plot. Look, miss, he said, for the time being, it would be a good idea for you to leave the area. Afraid I'm not at liberty to explain. The girl's only response was to start sobbing outright. I can't do this anymore. I want to go home. Kano and Sasayama exchanged awkward glances. I want to go home. I want to go home. Passerbys began shooting curious looks at the trio. Kano, you get back to work, Sasayama said. I'll escort this girl to the train station. He didn't quite manage to stifle the embarrassment in his voice. Right, Kano said. He hurried away, his eyes already searching for the suspect they'd been tailing. Girl, he's gone. And we're getting fired, actually. Oh no, we found him. It didn't take long to find him. The man's black garb made him stand out in the crowd at the intersection. It occurred to Kano that all of the criminals who'd handled the attaché case had been wearing the same black clothing. The fact made the whole situation even weirder. Hold on. Hold on, you guys. I'm taking my bite of food and sip of drink time. That fact made the whole situation even weirder. Could they really be ignorant that that they were being followed while they were all wearing the same eye-catching outfit? Maybe that's the point, bro. It was more like they were going out of their way to make sure the investigators spotted them. I do feel like I feel like they switched the case. I don't know. They still didn't provide any clues as to what they were after, though. The longer Kano kept tailing these guys, the less it all made sense. Was it really such a good idea to keep this up? Someone's life was in danger, and they were just letting the kidnappers carry out their plan, whatever it was. The very first page of the Dick Diary spelled things out very loud and clear on that front. Classic Dick Dickum number 1. Never lose sight of what you're supposed to protect. Ever. Right now, the single most important thing was ensuring the hostage's safety. This was a situation where Tateno could have stuck to his guns for sure. Kano thought back to that day 3 years ago. Me when I was just a regular beat cop. The Dictum? Yeah. I don't know, man. I forget. I think it's a guy that, like, I don't know, basically was a kind of a mentor, but I don't actually remember 100% to be so for real. A burglar had shut himself inside a financial office and doused the place in gasoline. Kano had just been put on the police box duty. Nobody's assigned to a detective post right after graduating from the police academy. Detective positions can be quite hard to come by. Candidates are selected for detective training only after accumulating enough experience working as at the local police box, a very small type of neighborhood station manned by only a handful of officers, and was ordered to the scene because his box was just down the street from the standoff. Several officers had surrounded the building, keeping close tabs on the situation. The suspect was shouting nonsense through the entrance on the first floor. Things were getting heated. Things were definitely getting heated, that's for sure. And basically, okay, and then like the Dick Dictum, like he's got like a notebook, I think it is, that's like full of all these things this person said or whatever that he like looks to as like the gospel, basically. The detective gospel. The crowd of alarmed onlookers had started to form as well. "Step aside," a voice said suddenly from amidst the throng. A middle-aged man in a rumpled business suit had approached Kano as he hovered nervously at the edge of the scene. "I'm sorry, sir. You have to stay back for your own safety." He attempted to usher the man back into the crowd. A no-nonsense look crossed the newcomer's face, and he spoke in a low voice. "I'm Detective Tateno from the Shibuya precinct. What's the situation?" "Oh, sir, I'm so sorry. Yes, of course." Kano stammered, then quickly explained. "He hasn't taken anyone hostage, but there are still people on the upper floors of the building." Giving only a slight nod, Tateno marched straight up to the building. The plastic container of gasoline the suspect had used was on the ground out front. Tateno picked it up and dumped the remaining contents out over his head. Kano was at a loss for words. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. "I've covered myself in gasoline, too," Tateno called out from the entryway. The tension in the air ratcheted itself up several notches. "Hey, what the hell do you think you're doing?" Kano heard the burglar shouting from inside. "If you're gonna do it, Tateno called out. "We can die together." And he walked into the building. All Kano could do was watch things unfold through the plate glass window. Tateno was talking to the burglar, but Kano couldn't make out the words. The crook was clutching a lighter, his hand trembling. His expression was like that of a frightened child. Tateno slowly approached him and took firm hold of his shaking hand. The onlookers erupted into cheers and applause. Tateno handed the now docile suspect over to the detectives.
then wearily sat down against the planter out front. It was like something ripped straight out of a police drama. That was amazing, Kano breathed. You have to deal with guys like that as quickly as you can. Oh, maybe this is the other guy? You have to deal with guys like that as quickly as you can. You let a situation like this get even a little out of hand, you never know how things might go south on you. Tateno spoke quietly, almost as if he were talking to himself. As the police evacuated the rest of the building, Kano noticed that there were children and elderly people among them. Among us, sorry. I mean, I'm not, but also I am. Sorry that I'm not sorry. If the perp had managed to set the fire, there was no way they would have escaped in time. Oopsies. But, I mean, what if he'd actually set the place on fire? If someone's willing to risk their life, you're not going to convince them of anything unless you do the same. Kano still remembered the awe he felt at Tateno's matter-of-fact tone. Kano hadn't become a police officer out of any real sense of duty. He just thought it would make Rumi happy if he became a detective like her father. Besides, civil servants tended to stay afloat in times of recession, and his time playing rugby meant he was in good physical shape for the job. So Kano got that sleeper build, okay. He never really thought too much about protecting the citizenry or keeping the peace. Average cop moment, bro. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. But now, here he was in the presence of a detective who'd literally risked his life in the line of duty without a second thought. Dude, you about to kiss this guy or what? I understand you're impressed, but golly. A police officer never loses sight of what he's supposed to protect. Ever. Getting back to his feet, Tateno tugged off his gasoline-drenched coat and walked away. And that's the start of the Dick Dickum. Kano wrote the words in a notebook he just purchased. Thus, the Dick Diary was born. And now here we are, 3 years later. Thinking back to the way Tateno had put his life on the line to rescue a bunch of strangers made Kano feel all the more raw about just tailing these syndicate members. Dick lore, woo! Yeah! Where was I? Letting the crooks just wander around wasn't going to bring Maria Osawa to safety. Of that, Kano was now certain. Kano really said, basically the first rule is never back down, never what? Never give up! That's what it is. Never lose sight of what you're supposed to protect. Ever. He uttered the fundamental dictum out loud. Well, you've lost sight of it completely, a voice said out of nowhere. What? Kano spun around. I thought this guy was looking sus, but I was like, maybe it's fine. It was Shizuo. Is this her dad? This specifically pisses me off because, like, I'm working! I'm working! And you want me to, like, meet you at a fucking restaurant. Piss me off. Rumi was with him. Sir? Kano stuttered. Weren't you supposed to be waiting at the cafe for... There was some lowlife there, so we left. Lowlife? I wonder if that means Achi. Rumi's dad looked plenty mean under ordinary circumstances. Right now, he looked like a man possessed. Oh, I beg your pardon. I'm still on duty at the moment. I'm going back home, Shizuo huffed. You're not marrying my daughter. He turned to walk away. No, please, just wait. I'm done waiting. Now I'm going home. Please don't do this. Just hear me out. I've heard all I need to hear from you. Yo, I'm about to get mad. I'm like, fuck you. I'm doing my job. I'm trying to save somebody who's missing and kidnapped. Wouldn't you want that for your daughter? The police to actually work as hard as they can to try to save her? Fuck you. I've heard all I need to hear from you. Rumi, we're leaving. Dad, please. Goodbye. Also, you're a grown-ass bitch, bro. I know the culture is different. I know, I get that. But, like, you're not even trying to explain the situation. You're just, like, letting it happen. Listen, again, I know the cultural differences. I would never let my dad grab me like that. I'd be like, get the fuck off of me. Seizing his daughter by the hand, Shizuo stormed off without another word, dragging her behind. But I'm about to drag his ass. Shinya! She called out over her shoulder. Rumi. She was gone. Rumi was gone. To be honest, though, I think this is a stupid fucking situation. Like, if your dad or your parents really don't like me, I don't know if I can continue to put that effort in, especially when you don't put them in line yourself. Like, I'm not gonna continue to date somebody whose parents, like, disrespect me. That's just me, though. Like, if you can't even tell your own parents off to, like, not disrespect your partner, and that you're a grown-ass bitch who can choose who you want to date, you know what? Bye, then. Bye! Now can I go back to work? Kano desperately wanted to go after her, but he hesitated in an agony of indecision. I can't turn my back on my responsibilities. I'm a detective. My work has to be my first priority. Going after Rumi isn't what a good detective would do. Oh, Detective Tateno, what should I do? Tateno, Still, the dictum echoed in his mind. Never lose sight of what you're supposed to protect, ever. Never lose sight of what you're supposed to protect. Never lose sight of what you're supposed to protect.
Not 6 months later. 6 months later.
Kano made his way through a small corner of a vast field in Nagano countryside. Slowly and leisurely, he tilled the soil. He surprised himself with his own newfound enthusiasm for organic farming, learning more from Shizuo day after day. His father-in-law had taught him the ways of farming from the ground up, and while things had been rocky between them at first, their friendship was now growing strong. Damn, he caved. Pausing to wipe his brow, he smiled at the acreage around him. He looked forward to tending the crops he'd sown until harvest came around. If he stayed on as a detective, he might well never know the joy he now found in his work. And this wasn't the only...
If you fucking say what I think you're saying, that's wild. Like, that's crazy. If you're about to say what I think you're saying, I'm gonna die. And this wasn't the only seed Kano had planted. What other seeds has Kano planted? Tell me.
By the time harvest season came around, the new life growing within his dear Rumi's belly would be ready to celebrate it with them.
I'm dead. Kano, why would you say it like that? Who wrote this? That's crazy, bro. That's crazy. Why did they word it like that? That's fucking funny. It's cursed, but very funny too. They really had to word it that way, though. Literally. Oh my gosh. That's really fucking funny. Bad end. We got married!
Kano went after Rumi and Shizuo, proving his devotion and earning her hand in marriage. Now he's a farmer in Nagano, and crime in Tokyo is someone else's problem. Hang on a sec. Why weren't Rumi and Shizuo waiting at the cafe like they were supposed to be? Well, there's no way for Kano to know about how one man's bit of curiosity at that cafe led to this strange twist of fate. Okay, should we... Thanks. Okay. Do we... I guess we just keep going through people's stories until we have to stop and like do jumps or whatever, fix mistakes. I think that's what I'm planning on doing. And like I say, I think it's Achi who's the problem. I think he's gonna be the delinquent that goes to the like, cafe or whatever. Achi and Hitomi scampered through the back roads along Center Guy, white sneakers and palms slapping on the pavement. Achi kept his eyes peeled, continually checking ahead and behind as they darted through the gaps between the buildings. Finally, they stopped in a narrow alley. "There's no way he'll find us here," he said. "No one knows about this place." He took another look around and then let out a sigh of relief. It seemed they managed to shake the gunman for now. He's so extra for this. Like, he's like, "Here, you could sit on this milk crate. I'll just like hold myself between the walls with my sleeper build." Back when Achi, yeah. I don't know why I'm like, is that how you say it? I think that's how I've been saying it. Back when Achi was with SOS, the abbreviation of Studs of Shibuya, the name given to the group by Achi when he founded it, originally just a bunch of like-minded young people hanging out together, it has since become known as a gang that picks fights around Shibuya. He had come through Center Guy practically every day. The gang had started out as a little more than a group of local teens. They didn't do much in particular, just horsing around and killing time. What mattered was they were having fun. But it wasn't long before it wasn't all fun and games. Achi couldn't help but notice the slobs who were making a mess of Shibuya, dirtying it all up. He wasn't about to let them get away with it. Most frequently, it was folks who tossed cigarette butts out on the streets or plastered walls in graffiti. When they didn't respond to his more gentle warnings, he found slightly more forceful ways of getting his point across. SOS got a reputation. Street punks started trying to pick fights with its members. Those guys required a bit more force to handle. And when it came to the worst of the lot, the drug dealers, the muggers, the guys who tried to force themselves on women, it was full-on battle, no holds barred. Before long, SOS had established itself as something of a vigilante corps. Soon, it became known as one of the biggest gangs in Shibuya. "Let's lay low here for a bit and see what happens," Achi said. The alley where they hid was like a dimly lit chasm, obscuring them from view. The only problem now was figuring out what to do next. They needed to find that blue van again, which meant figuring out the best way to get back to Dogenzaka without the man with the cane catching them once more. Oh no, I am sitting on crates, sorry. Achi. "Oh, Achi?" Hitomi whispered. "I think I can handle myself from here." She got to her feet and gave Achi a deep bow. "I really don't think so." "Whoa," Achi held up a hand. "We've been over this already. You're not gonna be okay. That guy has a gun. If you let her go alone against that assassin, he might as well be the one to pull the trigger himself." "Thank you so much for everything you've done for me," Hitomi continued as if she hadn't heard him. She started to shuffle out of the alleyway. "Hey, what did I just say?" "Really, Achi, I appreciate your concern, but I can't in good conscience put you in danger anymore." "But, I mean..." Achi tried to press the point, but Hitomi cut him off. "There's no good reason for you to risk yourself to keep helping me." Her tone was resolute, But Achi was determined to help her anyway. He refused to back down. Look, I want to help people who are in trouble. What's so wrong about that? Huh? He locked eyes with Hitomi, willing her to understand. I'm not the most dependable guy. I know that. But still, Hitomi dropped her gaze, and Achi trailed off, feeling like an idiot. Oh, it's no use. I'm no use. He hung his head with a sigh. Just then, a bit of light shone in the alleyway from above. It looked like someone on the adjacent building's upper floor had turned on the lights. The Nokane building. This multi-tenant building has 7 floors, but a decade-old urban legend tells a mysterious 13th floor. Classic 13th floor. A diet and sales demo is being held on one of the upper floors today. I know that's a jump point, but should I jump right now, or should I, like, ride this out and then go back? Because I feel like I should just ride it out and then go back to the jump point. Because, like, it's good that I know that there's one here. But, like, I want to know what happens normally before I jump. Right? Either works. The light illuminated Hitomi's face. When Achi saw the look in her eyes, he reconsidered his decision. She was trying her hardest to hide it, but she was clearly terrified. No way was he letting her go back out there alone. Still, if he tried to insist, she would only refuse him again. Hitomi, humor me for a second here. Tell me, what's the proper way to dispose of a plastic bottle? She stared at him in surprise. Oh, well, first you remove the cap and the wrapper. Then you rinse out the inside and crush it. Achi let out a breath he'd been holding. Okay, good. Huh? I don't understand. What's good? Girl, what the fuck? It's giving, y'all know that one meme where it's like the person in the corner of the room and then the other person is like doing this thing where like their hands are by their head, but their feet are also like on the wall and they're like supporting themselves by like the 2 walls in the corner. That's what this is giving the energy of. Like I said before, not every jump is necessary. That is true. The ultimate kabetan. You gave me a reason why I have to help you out. I super respect people who respect the environment. I'm one of those whatchamacallits, an environmentalist. Achi pointed at his mean, clean t-shirt. Hitomi hesitated. And what was your plan if I said the answer was to toss the plastic in with the trash? Well, then I need to stick with you to help teach you. Environmental awareness begins with a good education. So then you were going to tag along with me regardless. Look, I'm just super pumped to learn that you care so much about proper recycling. Achi cracked a huge grin. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I would probably fall for him too. So, you know, if Hitomi does end up catching feelings, like, girl, I'm right. I get you. I understand you. Like, oh my god, he can kick ass and he cares about the environment. Green flags. Okay, then. Okay. Oh, sorry. I think she was okay then, and then he was okay. Sorry, I'll read that again. Okay, then. Okay? If you're really that sure about it, I guess I could use your help a little while longer. Hitomi flashed him a little smile. Man, she's so cute, Achi thought. Then something else caught his eye. This picture is making me laugh so bad. Just the pointing, the face dead on, and like the pointing. This is a meme. I'm like, I need to get this. I want this as just like a picture. This is my new reaction image.
I need like text on there that says like some stupid shit. Like why he pointed at me for? Wait, hold on. Wait, hold on. Oops. Oh my god, I'm almost out here spilling shit. Go over here.
Get out of my way.
Sorry, I've had to move some shit because I was about to.
La 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 la.
Okay. But anyways, back to what I was doing. But yeah, this was him. Oops, I did not mean to click on that. Go away. Okay. Then something else caught his eye. Huh? What's that there? What where? You're scaring me. It looked like something black was stuck to the top of her head.
Auntie, what are you staring at?
You've got something stuck there.
What, on my head?
Without thinking, Hitomi reached up and plucked it off. Oh, no! This is the roach from earlier. I would like, actually... This would be my villain origin story. This would be my villain origin story, I think. It was about 10 centimeters long. 10 centimeters? Hold on, I got a ruler right here. Hold on. I gotta see this. Oh, this one's stupid. Hold on, I have a different one. That one was stupid and didn't have centimeters on it, it only had inches. This does, though. What do they say? 10 centimeters? That's insanity. That's not even that big. That's way bigger than 10 centimeters. What? No, it's gotta be like... That's insane. That looks like 87 at least. No, I'm kidding. Sorry. Not me automatically picking 87. At least 11. It's at least 1 million, I would think. It was about 10 centimeters long, and its body a glistening black, sporting feelers and several pairs of legs. Ooh. Oh boy. Give me this. Hold on, I'm across the room. Don't mind me. I was getting my other measure. No, this one's also inches. Bro, do I not have any? I swear to God I had something with centimeters on it. The one that I picked up, it was not centimeters. It was millimeters. Like, what? Why does it have millimeters but not centimeters? Dang. I guess we'll never... How many centimeters is an inch? Around. But also the one that I had wasn't the thing that had millimeters wasn't a ruler. It's actually a gauge. I think this is a knitting gauge check. So it wasn't set up properly for me to be actually able to see like how much that looks like. I'm not knowing like how much is like this to this because I don't know, but I just want to see like the length of it because I don't have a thing that is actually 10 centimeters. Or like that shows 10 centimeters. It had millimeters, but not like a ruler way. I don't know how to describe it. but it did not help me with what I needed. Is essentially what I'm trying to say. To see like size. 10 millimeters, 1 centimeter metric system is built to be easily convertible like that. That's true. In my defense, I don't use it, and that I put information I don't use in the back of my brain. But anyways, terrible. And I'm having a heat stroke. Ooh, but I do have my fan, which is nice. Okay. If you can hear it, just pretend you don't. If not, I'm just gonna melt into a pool. It began to writhe and wriggle between Hitomi's slender figures. Oh, girl, it's bad for you. Hi, Ken. Posture check. Okay, you caught me shrimping. In what? In what? Achi yelped. It's a cockroach! He jumped backwards, but Hitomi didn't so much as flinch. Oh, sorry. That gave me a bit of a start, he continued. Guess it must have fallen out one of the windows up there. Still, Hitomi didn't move. Oh no, she's a statue now. Girl, you good? Hitomi? She didn't appear to hear him. Ooh. With a muffled gurgle, Hitomi passed out on the spot, her body as stiff as a mannequin. Oh. Oh no. What? Hitomi, are you okay? She died. Hitomi? Hitomi? Hitomi! But no matter how loudly Achi called her name, Hitomi would not come to. Well, yeah, she's passed out. From that day onward, Achi devoted even more of his time and energy to collecting trash. It became his personal passion to see that his city was clean, one devoid of cockroaches. That was the mandate he had been handed, or, if nothing else, his atonement. He's like, don't worry, Hitomi, I'll never let another cockroach exist in the city ever again. Wow. Did she die? Does that not imply like she got so shocked by that cockroach that she literally like had a heart attack and died? Like that's what that's implying, right? Like, she was so shocked, like, her heart stopped. Like, that's insane. Yeah, that cockroach? Oh my god. Oh my god. Interesting. Like I said, I want to play through everybody's thing before I start messing with the timeline. Because I just want to see, like, what just, like, you know, one straight go is like. You know what I mean? Minorikawa stood on the sidewalk, weighing his options. Chiaki's phone call had thrown him for a loop. He had expected her to be anxious about doing interviews, but wow, she was a real basket case. Still, that schedule didn't change the fact that he had a schedule of his own to keep. Oh, my eyes itchy, sorry.
The surveillance camera story had to be his top priority. Chiaki would just have to find some way to fumble through things on her end. He headed on down Dogenzaka, scanning his surroundings as he went. There were cameras set up on the streetlights all over the place. Just know, literally, I feel like, you know, most people should not act a fool in public, but y'all gotta know, you are always being watched. Even if you think you're not, like, if you go outside, guarantee somebody got their eyes on you. Like, obviously, it gets less, you know, the less populated the area you're in. But especially if you're in a city, baby, there are eyes on you. Do not be acting a fool. Don't do something that's gonna get you in trouble. Don't be starting nothing, because they will find out. Like, these cameras, that's just average. And plus, everybody always recording shit on their phones. You never know when you might be in the background of somebody's video. There were so many, it was hard to believe he'd never noticed them before. One over there, another just over here. Electronic eyes peering down on passerby from high above. Where they were tougher to spot. Just how were the people who came to Shibuya reacting to the situation? Hey, you there! Minorikawa called out to a man riding by on a bicycle. Hey, you, stop! Dude, he got the Lethal Company jumper on, bruh. He got the Zero Escape VLR special over here. The man brought his bike to a sudden stop. Taisei Yasuda, proprietor of a knick-knack shop in Uragawacho? Sorry if I butchered that. Roughly 30 minutes earlier, while he was wandering along the JR tracks picking up lost and abandoned items, Achi foisted off his trash onto him, and so he's been in a bit of a foul mood. Since then, he's been going along on his bicycle, still picking up things from the roadside. There's a trunk on the back of his bike where he stores his finds. Huh? What's the matter? He asked. Hi, the name's Minorikawa. I don't know why it was like my first time reading that. It wasn't. I'm a freelance writer. Okay. I'm just doing interviews for a magazine and I'd like to talk to you. A magazine? Which one? 4-Star General Gossip. Minorikawa did his best to sound proud. Oh, well, I'm actually in a bit of a hurry here. Minorikawa soldiered on. See that? He pointed at one of the nearby surveillance cameras. What? The man asked. The blimp? A massive blimp was indeed drifting slowly overhead. The type of aircraft that floats using the lift provided by an enormous envelope filled with lighter-than-air gas. Blimps I've always thought were weird. Like, they're so weird. I don't know more than that, or what I mean when I say that they're weird. It's just, they are odd. That's all I know. It's just like, they're so big, but like they also look so solid. Maybe even made out of metal, but they're not. It's like fucking metal wires with like a thing over it, and like I said, it's filled with gas. And like the only part is like that little bottom bit with a person in it. But like it looks like the thing that they're covered in would be metal, you know what I mean? Like it's like metal plating, but it's not metal plating. And they're just so fucking weird shaped. The more I look at it, the more I'm like, that's just like a torpedo in the sky. Like that's like a submarine in the sky. What are you doing up there? I think it's like it doesn't look like it belongs there because it's like it doesn't have like the wings like an airplane. So you know, like the airplane gives kind of like bird energy, you know, with the wings. But like this doesn't have this. It's just like a literal like slug you just shot at full blast. It's a Drifloom flying by. A type of aircraft that floats using the lift provided by an enormous envelope filled with lighter-than-air gas. This envelope, the balloon, is often used for corporate advertising. This particular blimp has been puttering about the skies of Shibuya since last night. I'm also I have the same energy about, what is it?
Oh my god. It literally completely left my brain. Sorry. Oh, hot air balloons. Hot air balloons. Hot air balloons are so weird. Like, I know how it works. Like, you know, but like, how does that shit work, bro? Like, you know what I mean? Like, again, I know how they actually work. But it's like, damn, bro. The world is weird. Like, what do you mean we can use, like, fire's heat to, like, fucking drift along? It's cool. I don't know. It's just little things in life that's like, you know, whoever invented that, that was kind of cool. No, the camera. The camera watched them both in uncaring silence. Oh, that. What about it? What do you mean, what about it? Those cameras have been installed all throughout Shibuya. They're taking in anything and everything, privacy be damned. A shocked pallor came to the man's face. Oh, really? He muttered uneasily to himself. I guess I should be careful next time I go picking stuff up. Hey, what are you talking about? Minorikawa asked. Oh, nothing, just stuff. Way to dodge the question entirely. Anyhow, I think there are some good things about the cameras too, the man said hurriedly. Oh? Minorikawa asked, such as? Well, I mean, they must have helped catch some crooks, right? Yeah, I think you're right about that. Oh, I am? The man looked shocked to have his own statement confirmed. Are you hiding something from me? Huh? No, nothing in particular. The man shook his head vehemently. Nothing at all, really. Well, whatever, Minorikawa said. In any case, even if the cameras are helping arresting criminals, there are some places where people just don't want to be watched. What? For instance, how would you like it if someone set up a security camera inside your home? What do you mean? I mean, a burglar might try to get into your home. If you had a security camera, you could be alerted right away. Isn't that kind of an extreme argument? Nope, you're the one making the extreme argument here. What? The man stared bewildered. You're saying it's okay for folks to film people around town as much as they might like, but not to take a look inside people's houses. Yeah, I guess I am, the man mumbled. I kind of like Minorikawa. I kind of like it. He's quirky. Like, he's silly and goofy, and I like that. I like that. Right now, okay, listen. If anybody gave a shit about what I thought about the characters so far, right now, I think I really like Kano and Minorikawa, and I like Tama, and Achi's cool too. I like Achi. Right now, the only one I'm not super vibing with is Osawa, but I think that's because he got introduced last and we've had the least interaction with him, and I feel like we've seen him in the most negative light, I think. You know what I mean? Because, like, we know that he's had, like, he deals with this virus stuff, he's being threatened, his kids are missing, he's in this, like, shit-owl relationship. So it's like, there's a lot of negative things being thrown at Osawa that, you know, I feel like we aren't really, like, knowing him just yet. You know? He does give that freak energy. Listen. And I guess that's just my type, but I don't know. Certainly it must be. Because I was talking to Ken earlier, Crimson Jacket, and I was saying how in Somnium Files, right? I don't know if you know anything. Well, no, you're watching. Never mind. Maybe I shouldn't say this. Maybe I shouldn't say this because it's about Somnium Files 1. But I know that Black Blue, you're watching somebody else play it right now. And I don't think you were there when I played it. So I don't know if you know anything about it. Therefore, I don't know if you want me to spoil anything. So I won't. But it reminds me of something in there. The man mumbled. Minorikawa snorted. You don't think too deeply about things, do you? He mocked. The man huffed in indignation. I don't see the problem, he said. I mean, it's a normal enough opinion. To want to bring down crime but also protect privacy? Wait, is he me or is he that guy? Oh, maybe that is me.
I don't see the problem, he said.
Well, maybe it is. Actually, I don't.
Well, yeah, so? So if they're just going to set up cameras around town, I'm okay with that.
Okay, I think he is the other guy.
I don't see the problem, he said. I mean, it's a normal enough opinion to want to bring down crime but also protect privacy.
Well, yeah, so?
So if they're just going to set up cameras around town, I'm okay with that.
Minorikawa grinned inwardly. You're being naive, he said. Way too naive.
Naive about what?
By now, the man was getting worked up. Once you start letting people watch you some of the time, you'll eventually let them do more and more. That's how the world works. He's actually not wrong. I mean, like, it's a little wild take, but, like, it's not inherently wrong, is what I'm saying. Because, I mean, people let, companies have access to, like, all sorts of data and shit like that. The other guy's okay with cameras, not Minorikawa. Sometimes I'm like, they need to put a name. I was like, it's fine when you have like the back and forth here, because I know that first sentence was Minorikawa, so I know the next one even without any, guiding. I know it's the other guy, but like sometimes they'll just pick up randomly and it just says he said. I'm like, oh, there's 2 he's here.
That's kind of funny coming from you. Doesn't 4-star general gossip get all of its scuttlebutt by invading the privacy of others? Since when are you people concerned with personal privacy?
Meaning what exactly? Minorikawa asked.
You know damn well what I mean. Have you no shame?
I've got nothing to be ashamed about, Minorikawa exclaimed.
If some celebrity scandal breaks, I write it up in the form of a top-class socially conscious expose. That's the Minorikawa seal of quality.
The man rolled his eyes.
Please, as if anyone's ever heard of that.
Your everyday freelance reporter would say something about how security firms have no right to use cameras to disrupt personal privacy, but not me, oh no. I'm not the only guy who writes a first-class piece on the subject, and you want to know why? The man's only response was a doubtful look. Because privacy only exists for me to utterly demolish it. Minorikawa finished with a prideful grin.
That's nothing but journalistic arrogance, the man railed.
Oh yeah?
Yeah, I'd rather have surveillance cameras any day, if the alternative is some weird gossip piece.
This time, Minorikawa didn't have a handy retort. An awkward silence descended over the pair. Right, I see, Minorikawa muttered to himself as he busily scribbled in his notepad. The man was visibly taken aback. Thank you for your cooperation, Minorikawa said at last. You gave me some good stuff. He held up a hand to forestall an angry retort. I realize I probably got you a bit riled up. You'll have to forgive me.
What?
The man peered up at Minorikawa in disbelief.
This is just my interview style. Sorry, I know it's a little unorthodox. Buddy, you're a weirdo, you know that?
The man said. Yeah, I hear that a lot, Minorikawa laughed.
So can I go now?
Sure, I'll quote you as a passerby A in my article.
Sure, whatever, the man muttered.
He quickly sped off on his bicycle. Minorikawa now had some material for his surveillance camera piece. Oh my gosh, what a wild fucking conversation. That was really funny. I do love that Minorikawa intentionally fucks with people just to get them to say what he wants them to say. I know, right? He's the definition of gaslight, gatekeep, girl boss. he's like, yes, gaslight, yes, manipulate. Minorikawa now had some material for his surveillance camera piece. He wanted to organize what he'd managed to put together so far. He decided to head towards his next interview location, keeping an eye out for a cafe where he could stop and work on his copy. Okay, so he's gonna be the fucking freak. So we can't let him go to whatever cafe Kano's father-in-law is going to be at. He used the map to include... Oh my gosh. I can't fucking speak. He used the map included in the project proposal to guide him. I always find it interesting, advertising differences between, like, in this case, Japan or I guess like my only like experience like big cities like New York. I feel like things stick out a lot more from buildings here. Whereas I feel like when I was in New York, it was all like flat stuff like on the front of buildings and whatnot and other stuff like that. They didn't really usually stick out from what I remember, but it's been a minute since I went to New York and my memory is bad. We all know this. So that's just from what I remember. And there's a lot more, yeah, like a lot more stuff like sticks out. Do. It was hard to read the words and make out the details, but it looked like the Nokane building where the Burning Hammer demo was being held, just down Center Guy. There was no indication of which floor the event would be held on, however. That made him a little anxious, but he'd probably be able to find someone to point him in the right direction once he got to the building. He spotted a cafe up ahead. "Coffee, please," he shouted as he strode inside. Oh my god, he is the worst. I love him. He slumped down in an open chair. Like, he's freaky. Like, why is he like this? Hopefully he'd be able to hole up in here until 1 o'clock working on his article. If he couldn't have it done by then, finishing the whole issue by the end of the day would be a tall order. He pulled a cigarette from his overcoat as he waited for his computer to boot up. Having a smoke was Minorikawa's little trigger for going into writing mode. The state of being in a mood to write some text. As Minorikawa goes about his job, he switches between writing mode, interview mode, food mode, and sleep mode. Okay, so he's a robot. Got you. When busy, he'll sometimes go into writing mode and food mode at the same time, sometimes even straying into sleep mode in the midst of food mode. When he's even busier, he'll eat and write mid-interview while nodding off. This is known as ultimate mode. He's a fucking freak. I love him. He's so weird. Why is he like this? He stuck the cigarette in his mouth and lit it up. Ching, ching. With the first heavy draw of smoke, he felt his mind focus. You think it's actually a cigarette? It looks, well, obviously, like, things can look different. I'm used to like the cigarettes with that with the bit of like brownie orange on the one end. Actually, the way I know nothing about cigarettes, I forget which part. It's you're supposed to have the brown part in your mouth, right? Which part? I don't know anything. I don't smoke cigarettes. Clearly. The filter. Yeah. Yes. So that's the part that you hold in your mouth that I know of, obviously. I've smoked many cigarettes. That's embarrassing. I'm sorry. Listen, my information about cigarettes goes as far as candy cigarettes. I love them bitches. I don't know. Shall love eating chalk. Yes, the brown part, the filter goes in your mouth. That's what I thought. And it doesn't look like this one has that. The rough idea for his article came to his head nearly fully formed. With the first heavy draw of smoke, he felt his mind focus. I don't know if I read that part. And all he needed to do now was get it all written down. Finally, his laptop finished booting up. "Took you long enough, pal," he muttered to the computer. His hands leapt to the keyboard like a predator pouncing on its prey. Everybody, no wonder. To be honest, I can't even blame Kano's like father-in-law for leaving, because honestly, I'd probably get up and go too. And the music, oh my fucking god. I'm not a smoker, I hate the smell, but I've been around enough smokers to know, yeah, I usually am not a fan of smoking. I usually don't even like characters who smoke, but like, in like shit like Yakuza, everybody smokes. I could not like anybody in that game if I kept that principle. But I don't know, I just think they're yucky. I don't like the smell. It's like, why are you purposely like, obviously the people back in the day, whatever, they started, but like people now, like how do you like know that like it's bad for you and then still do it? Like obviously you could say that for a lot of things, but it's like you don't need to smoke a cigarette. Like if you never smoked a cigarette, then you would never need to depend on it for like stress relief or whatever. Apparently other countries, I don't know if this is all other countries, but I know some of them I've heard have like the fucking like what is it called? Like pictures of like people who like smoked and like look really ugly and nasty or whatever on like the front. I could be wrong, but I think the filter is an American thing. Someone thought it was cool at some point and then it just turned into an addiction. To be fair though, the little brown bit on the cigarette, like it is a plastic and I do kind of like how it looks. I think it looks better than just the all white ones, because like this looks like they just rolled up some piece of paper and like pretended it was a cigarette. Which they could have, I don't know. But I do like, you know, design wise, like if you just did like a white stick in somebody's mouth, like that could be anything. Or like if you just had like a white stick that you drew in a picture, people would be, what the fuck is that? But then once you put the like little bit of like brown on there, they're like, that's a cigarette. it's I guess it helped create like visual notoriety. In a matter of moments, he had hit his stride. His fingers clicked away. One by one, lines of text filled up his screen. Okay, we got Jetanes? Ultra? Oh, what does it say? I don't even know what this is. Filter. Something. A waitress stepped up beside him.
Excuse me, sir.
But Minorikawa was in writing mode. He didn't even hear her.
Sir? Sir, I beg your pardon.
Again, Minorikawa was deaf to the waitress's attempts to get his attention.
Sir, excuse me.
The waitress smacked the table. Quiet, Minorikawa snapped. He slammed the table right back. Don't interrupt me when I'm working. Not if you know what's good for you. The waitress didn't so much as flinch. She leaned in aggressively, getting right in Minorikawa's face. Ikumi Omiya, employee at Ko Labo Cafe. While appearing cute and demure at first glance, she's quite strong-willed and frightening when angry. She works nights at a place called the Scolding Pub, where customers rent private rooms in which they are scolded at length by attractive girls. I mean, girl, get your paycheck, baby. Okay, period. One middle-aged businessman once told her, your face looks simply marvelous when you're angry.
Sir, I hate to bother you, but I have to ask you to please refrain from smoking.
Minorikawa blinked, huh?
This is a non-smoking establishment, sir.
No smoking? Minorikawa asked. The cigarette bobbed in his mouth as he spoke. The waitress pointed sharply to the sign on the wall. The words no smoking were spelled out clear as day.
We ask that patrons please not smoke so that the other customers can fully enjoy the aroma of their coffee.
The waitress drew herself up in an arrogant triumph. A woman sitting at the table next made a face as she tried to fan the smoke away from her with her hands. Customers all around the shop were glaring at him. You guys don't know the first thing about the aroma of coffee, Minorikawa scoffed. The scent of coffee only truly comes to life amidst the choking stench of tobacco smoke. The waitress's only first response was to drop her finger again. But this time she didn't point at the sign. She pointed to the door.
Sir, if you're going to smoke, please take it outside.
Sometime later, sitting inside the cafe Le Truc, Minorikawa lit up his third cigarette. At last, a safe refuge. It had taken him quite some time to find a place that allowed smoking after he got kicked out of the first cafe. In recent years, many cafes and restaurants have phased out the concept of smoking section in favor of prohibiting smoking across the board. This makes a place like Le Truc especially important to smokers. There are large air vents in the ceiling to help keep the interior more agreeable for those who do not smoke. After he got kicked out, yeah, okay. Now he was in a rush to make up for lost time. His fingers flew over the keyboard at lightning speed. The more he wrote, the harder he focused. At this rate, he'd have the story wrapped up in no time. Today, you hear me? A voice intruded suddenly on his awareness. One of the other customers was shouting. You're breaking up with that fellow today. Minorikawa's fingers drifted to a halt. He looked around to see where the voice had come from.
An older man, red in the face, was shouting at a young woman who sat across from him. "Please, Dad," the woman pleaded. "Stop. You're making a scene." Ah, a father and daughter then. It was rare nowadays to see a father behave so imperiously towards his own daughter. Just how sheltered had he been trying to keep her? Minorikawa couldn't see her face from where he was sitting, but his interest was piqued. Should he move to another seat where he could take a look? No, he reminded himself that okay, we know that we need to not get in this business, so I need to focus on my article. Sorry. No, he reminded himself that he needed to finish his article. Besides, if this young lady looked anything like her father, he'd just as soon pass. Minorikawa went back to his typing. It took a few minutes to reestablish his writing groove, but with the two still bickering across the room, but thankfully he soon regained his focus. We're not getting involved in that for Kano's sake. What's that? Girl, that sounds like a bomb! A strange beeping sound broke Minorikawa out of his writing reverie. Hold on. My sister brought cookies a bit ago, and I didn't even get to have much, so to get another bite. Also, have I told you guys I love water? Okay, sorry. I mean, obviously, like, my mouth was, like, cookied, so I needed water. I was like, please, please. A strange beeping sound broke Minorikawa out of his writing reverie. Upon looking up in confusion, he found his attention drawn to a young woman at another table. And then one of these, and one of these. Oh, and this, and this, and this, and this, and that too. She finished with a broad grin. Cheery! This is why we should not let her go alone. God damn it. Let me just repeat your order back to you. 1 Japanese-style beef patty, 1 spicy fish roe spaghetti, 1 chicken casserole, 1 French onion soup. Can I get a French onion soup, please? Sorry. Is that niche? That might be niche. 1 fruit parfait, 1 chocolate parfait, and 1 deluxe chocolate parfait. Will that be all? The waitress anxiously awaited confirmation. Ryoko Kakunuma, a second-year student at Midoriyama Academy's law school. She was hassled by a pair of hustlers on her way to work and showed up 5 minutes late for her shift. The manager told her that those 5 minutes were coming out of her pay, so she's a bit irritated right now. Yo, people who say that, like, actually fuck you, it's 5 minutes. If she was 10 minutes, that's another thing. But 5 minutes, be so for real, don't piss me off. There's a 5-minute grace period. You forgot the large caramel shake. The customer was a full-figured young woman and ensconced at a nearby table. Yeah, this is why. Okay, so we need a redo. I feel like we need to redo Tama and go together. Because, like, look at this bitch. Oh, my apologies.
The waitress quickly jotted down the addition to the order.
That'll do for now, the young woman said.
For now? Yikes.
She's actually planning on ordering more after that?
Marveling at this display of appetite, Minorikawa went back to typing. Does she have the money to pay for this?
Now what?
You heard the strange beeping sound again, subtly different than the first time. This time it was closer. Seriously, what the heck is that? I need to get to the bottom of this or I'll never be able to concentrate. Well, never mind. I need to focus. Listen, we need to be normal. We can't do anything. Well, never mind. I need to focus on finishing this article. Minorikawa immersed himself in his writing again. For long, he stopped worrying about the curious sound. I hope it's a bomb and the place blows up. That'd be really fucking funny. The plump young woman set about devouring all the food she ordered despite the strange look she was getting. Now, that was an appetite to be reckoned with. Bro, I would be a balloon after all this. It took her under 3 minutes. I wish you could see my face right now. But like, you might have physically heard my jaw hit the floor. Like, you might have heard it just like bonk on the damn floor from how hard my jaw fell. It took her under 3 minutes to polish off the lot. That's insane. She's superhuman, bro. She ate it with her eyes. Then, looking not the least bit sated, she picked up the menu. She picked the menu right back up. Satiated. Was she seriously going to order more? Minorikawa was staring at was starting to take interest in this young lady. There might be a story here. He conjured up a series of headlines in his mind. Woman inhales 30,000 calories in 3 minutes. No, he needed something more with more of a punch. Food for thought, an expose on obesity. No, that was no good. He wasn't writing for a fashion mag here. A gourmet day in Shibuya. That was it. He'd be able to whip something up if he went with the foodie angle. Minorikawa got up from his seat. That's pretty impressive, he said to the hungry diner. Do you always eat that much? The young woman glared back at him. Not always, she said. Suddenly tension filled the air. Oops, that was way too blunt of me. Was that way too blunt of me? I mean, she is a young lady after all. Maybe I should change up my approach. Who the heck are you? Who the heck are you anyway? The woman asked. I'm a freelance writer. I was hoping I could do an interview with you real quick. You want to interview me? The suspicion was plain on her face. I do. I mean, girls all over the world worry about their diets, right? I hear that, yeah. So would you be willing to share your secret of your technique or whatever for how to eat without getting fat? What? Me? Sure, I mean, look at that figure you're maintaining despite eating all this food. Yeah, he flattered her right to the point. She's like, me? The young woman's expression brightened up. Oh, you noticed? There's actually a lot that goes into all this. Yeah? The basic thing, though, is to eat 10 meals a day. Minorikawa struggled to keep his jaw from dropping. 10 meals a day? She flashed him a chubby-cheeked grin. You don't know how diets work, do ya? She chuckled. Eating only 1 or 2 meals a day, that's what'll make you fat. You gotta space your food out into smaller portions throughout the day. That's the fundamentals of dieting right there. Right, but what happened to the smaller portions part? Minorikawa had to bite his tongue. Ah, I see, he said. Any other pro dieting tips you could share? Well, for the basics, I'd say always drink protein instead of tea, yeah? Drink protein all day, seriously? Once again, it took all of Minorikawa's willpower to keep his thoughts to himself. Let's see, what else? Oh, there's this stuff called Burning Hammer, too, but... She trailed off with a little wince. Wait, Minorikawa perked up. Did you say Burning Hammer? Oh, you know it? I've heard of it anyway, Minorikawa replied. He decided he was better off keeping his plans to head to the sales demo a secret. There's a sales demo later on, if you're interested, the woman said as if she were reading his thoughts. No, full disclosure, I'm working for them right now. She handed Minorikawa an advertising pamphlet. You know, at least she disclosed, that she was being paid to say this. Unlike a lot of content creators out there, disclose your fucking ads, you freaks.
Sorry. Sorry, personal pet peeve. Yeah, Hannah plan fact. There was a more detailed map for the venue included. What a stroke of luck. Now he didn't need to rely on the crummy map in the project proposal anymore. He'd have no trouble finding the venue with the building's various floors all broken down for him. And actually, I gotta get back to work, the woman said. Sure, thank you so much for... Wait, I'm gonna have to pay her bill, aren't I? I'm gonna hang back and finish up my copy here. The woman left the cafe, and Norikawa went back to his laptop. He'd gotten some new info on the Burning Hammer sales demo, but he'd also lost some more time. Oh, Lord. The surveillance camera piece still wasn't finished. It was going to be a near thing to get it done before the sales demo started. Yet, instead of returning to his writing, he got out his cell phone. What if Toyama had gotten another of his crazy ideas? If he tried to hang himself again? The thought had Minorikawa too worried to work on his copy. The phone rang several times before someone picked up. Mr. Toyama, where are you right now? Minorikawa asked. Right now? I'm on the run somewhere near Shoto. On the run? An upscaled residential district, despite being smack dab in the middle of the city, it's a quiet neighborhood rife with greenery. Okay, sounds nice. The residence of the former governor of Tokyo is here, built on a massive 2,200 square meter plot of land. There's a shady hotel district short walk to the south, making for quite the juxtaposition. Toyama was speaking in an oddly hushed tone. Shoto? After you left the office, some guys came by to collect on my debts, so I made a run for it. Okay, so he wasn't dead, but the situation was still pretty bad. Whenever I see the game save, it makes me panic. 'Cause I'm like, why are you saving? What's about to happen? What choices do I have to make? But then I'm like, I think it's just an autosave that randomly happens. I don't think it's like specific to when stuff happens. Look, we'll get you through this somehow, okay? Minorikawa said, hoping it was true. You know I said, like a liar. Oh no, it definitely was because there was a choice coming up. Never mind, I take back what I said. I don't know, what do y'all think I should say? Just keep your head down and stay out of trouble. Stay where you are now. You need to get back to the office. It was Tama, right? That I bumped into him. So maybe if I say stay where you are, he won't bump into her. Just keep your head down and stay out of trouble. Stay where you are now. Stay where I am? But what am I supposed to do? Toyama's voice dropped in and out. Sounded like he was moving quickly. Find some place to hide and just lay low for a while, Minorikawa told him. All right, Toyama said weakly. He hung up. Minorikawa let out a deep sigh, then turned back to his laptop. I don't know if that was the right answer, but... Damn, they locked my out. Alright. I want to do... We'll do Osawa, and then I think we'll have done everybody for today, and then we'll end. And then pick up on what to do next time. I probably will play sooner than I did before, so I will likely remember what I need to do. And if not, I'll make a note for myself. Right now, I'll do it right now, just to prove a point. Hold on, let me remove this sticky note from when we played Persona that has the freaking... The letters. I have gold, rich, huge on here. Fuck off. Come here. Come here, pen.
Okay. 428. We need to correct answers / jumps. There we go. I definitely wrote that very messily, and I probably won't be able to read it later, but, you know, at least I can say that I tried.
The rain won't let up, no matter how much time passes. It just won't stop. Ever since that day, the sound of raindrops has been burned into my mind. Such an awful, heart-rending sound, driving me to strip my life down to shadows. And yet, no matter what else I abandon, nothing will make the sound of the rain stop. Osawa stared at a postcard that was nestled into the final page of the photo album. He'd purchased it 2 years earlier while on a trip with Maria to the Middle East. He'd mentioned that he was being sent there on business, and Maria had just blurted out, "I want to go with you." She'd recently developed an interest in the Middle East conflict, and apparently she had been yearning to see the area firsthand. Originally used to indicated Iran, Afghanistan, and the region surrounding them. In modern times, the term refers to part of southwestern Asia, excluding India and Afghanistan, and the section of northeastern Africa along the Mediterranean coast. However, in Japan, as well as the US, the term Middle East is often understood to refer specifically to those parts of the region with a strong Islamic influence. The ongoing friction in Palestine region between the Jewish people who founded the nation of Israel and the Arabs who had been living there previously. This is so topical, y'all. Anyway, for Palestine, who said that? Who said that? The religious and historical context of this cultural clash is well beyond the scope of what can be, oh god, how do I say this word? Word here. Basically, they're like, there's so much. Do your own research. Please. His daughter's newfound curiosity had taken him aback. She had always tended to be quiet and self-contained. The clumsy conversations aboard the airplane, the meals eaten together in awkward silence, it all felt like such a distant memory to Osawa now. "Ma'am, I'm afraid I can't let you do that." He heard Kajiwara's voice outside the door. "Why ever not? I'm just going out for a bit." The detective was arguing with Ai. Great. "And just who was it who told me I should try to go about my life as normal? Osawa's wife sneered. "Ma'am, please, How would you feel about being told to just sit around and wait?" Ai's angry shriek jerked Osawa to his feet. He hurried from the study to try and calm her down. Ma'am, please wait." Why do my pants look like they're made out of, like, trash bags? I'm sorry. Like, why they look shiny? What material is that? Does anybody know? Osawa doubted anything he could have said would have stopped Ai from leaving. Trying to physically keep her from going out would only have made for an even worse uproar. He was glad that at least it hadn't come to that. He was turning to head back to the study when Kajiwara caught his eye. Resigned, he headed down the stairs and bowed to the detective.
Do thumbnail. Listen, you know, I need to give somebody else a spotlight. We've had Kano and we've had Tama twice each. We need to let another main character get a spotlight. And this definitely looks great because, you know, there's enough room at the top for the title. I could put QM right there in the middle. Perfect, baby, perfect. And maybe I'll make him a little more like grayscale to fit. This is a really cool shot. I don't know why. Like everything being almost black and white. It's not black and white, but like it's almost there. And then like the really sharp like orange being like the real only color. And then this guy like on the floor like contrasting with like Osawa standing like really tall. I don't know, bro. Sorry, I'm looking into shit that don't matter. It just looks cool to me. I have no idea what those pants are. They look like they would pop off at a disco, though. We need to get this man at the disco immediately. Any idea where she's going? Kajiwara asked. I mean, at a time like this. Osawa shook his head. I wouldn't know. I didn't think so. You know, your wife really is something else. Osawa arched an eyebrow. That's one way to describe her. A rather rude way, as a matter of fact. Oh, no offense intended. It's just that ever since this case started, you've both been holed up in your own respective rooms. The more Kajiwara spoke, the more irritated Osawa became. What's your point? He demanded. I just mean, you haven't been having any, marital discourse. Excuse me? According to one survey, in roughly 6% of households, discourse between spouses is largely non-existent. I thought I was about to say, like, only 6% is where, like, it is present. And I was like, that's a fucking lie. Various reasons for this were offered by couples in question. Many claimed they were too tired to have the energy to talk, or stated, we wind up fighting when we talk, or we have nothing to talk about. Mind your own business, Osawa snapped. Kajiwara dipped his head deferentially. The two of us not talking isn't a new thing, anyhow, Osawa added. I have a policy of not having pointless conversations. It is quite common for Kenji Osawa to make it through an entire day without having a single conversation. On many days, he opens his mouth only to eat or brush his teeth. His current record is a streak of 14 consecutive days during which he didn't talk to anyone. Oh my god. Huh. It didn't look as though Kajiwara quite understood. Microorganisms such as viruses don't have conversations, and yet still they continually propagate in order to survive. Thinking about viruses, Osawa was back in familiar territory. He felt a surge of confidence. Once you have a clear purpose, conversation is unnecessary. And do you have a clear purpose for the relationship with your wife, Mr. Osawa? Of course I do. To be a family. Arms crossed, Kajiwara struck a thoughtful pose. At least I've learned one useful thing today, Mr. Osawa. Namely, that you don't like to have pointless conversations. It's a good thing to know. Kajiwara uncrossed his arms for a moment, then crossed them right back again, furrowing his brow. But see, that's funny. You seem to have a tendency to have pointless conversations with me, and... Because you keep coming to talk to me. Osawa saw red. You don't leave me much of a choice. Why do I feel like we're the married couple? Am I married to him? Because I feel like we're having more married couple, like, disputes than... than, like, me and my actual wife. That's, like, funny as fuck. Tanaka poked his head out of the living room. Is something the matter? He asked. No. Osawa struggled to regain his calm. Perfect timing, actually. There's something I need to talk to you about. He turned back to Kajiwara. My apologies, detective, but would you mind giving us some privacy? Kajiwara didn't move. Detective. Osawa gave the policeman a hard look and saw him crack a smile. Yes, what is it? Kajiwara said at last. Don't play dumb with me. Give us some privacy. Is this a discussion I shouldn't overhear? Actually, yes, it's work-related. There are business matters I'd prefer to keep confidential. Ah, I see. Bro, get this freak away from me. He's scaring me. He's scaring the children, and I'm the children. Reluctantly getting to his feet, Kajiwara slipped away into the living room. I almost said the virus room, girl. It's infecting me. The Osawa x Kajiwara ship is pretty common. Wait, really? That's actually funny. Do people ship people in this game? I mean, I guess people ship people in any game, right? Reluctantly, I don't know, in my head, this game wouldn't have, like, a fandom. Like, obviously it would have fans, but not, like, a fandom, if that makes any sense. I don't know if that does. Reluctantly getting to his feet, Kajiwara slipped away into the living room. Tanaka, Osawa began. About those emails. He stopped abruptly. Get away from me! Girl, I'm scared. Come pick me up, please. Freddy! That bunny's gonna get me! Kajiwara had reappeared in the living room's door, staring right at them. What are you doing? Osawa demanded. Oh, should I not be watching? Get away! Oh, he makes my skin crawl. I need to be sedated. Well, the people I happen to watch are common shippers. I don't know about the fandom at large. You're just like, yeah, I just have a habit of watching yaoi enjoyers. Period. Listen, I love shipping. If there's one thing I'm gonna do is I'm gonna ship. And like when I mean shipping, I mean romantic or platonic, bro. Relationships, period. Osawa felt like he was about to burst a blood vessel. He's just purposefully being obtuse. I'm pretty sure. I mean, you never told me that I couldn't watch. Girl! Because it should be obvious. The detective made a scolded puppy face, then closed the living room door. Osawa let out a heavy sigh. He'd never been an extrovert, but he didn't recall human interaction being quite this draining. Oh my god. Not the puppy face. Like, after you were giving me, like, most creepy stare, he's like, Like, what? Do not give me the sad puppy look when you're being a freak. Anyway, sir, you were saying... I'm like, I don't know, are we getting borderline toxic yaoi? Like, what is this? What is this? But like, yeah, we obviously we're shipping Osawa and Kajiwara, and we're shipping Kano and Sasayama. That's on period.
Hey, that's his man's for real. Sorry, the music I was like, what is that? I like swear it wasn't there before. It's actually funny because even though I'm not personally in that group, I commonly find myself in LGBT communities and with people who enjoy yaoi/BL. Listen, it calls to you, brother. What can I say? Yes, about those emails. Something doesn't make sense. I don't understand how Mr. Makino was able to get the antiviral agent to anyone on the outside. Sharing an Okoshi Pharmaceuticals drug with external sources while it was still under development required the approval of the executive committee that included Osawa himself, and he's like, I damn well didn't approve shit. There should have been no way the antiviral could be sent out without his knowledge. Tanaka hesitated a few moments before responding. Are you aware of the strife between the company president and the chairman? Of course not. Osawa shook his head. He was a researcher through and through. Factional rivalries held no interest for him whatsoever. Girl, I need chapstick. My lips be dry. Makino effectively leads the chairman's team, and the antiviral agent is their pet project. I want to go home. Sorry, that's not how I feel. That just popped in my head and I had to say it. Despite being the executive officer in charge of the project, however, Makino still needs the president's approval to... You know what? Forget about that right now. What do we do about security? Sorry. I was trying to read that while also putting on chapstick. That probably sounded so disjointed. Makino effectively leads the chairman's team, and the antiviral agent is their pet project. Despite being the executive officer in charge of the project, however, Makino still needs the president's approval to... You know what? Forget about that right now. What do we do about security? In theory, it was physically impossible to get the antiviral out of the lab without detection. Entry to the biohazard laboratory where it was kept required fingerprint authentication from both Osawa and Tanaka. Technology that allows an individual's identity to be verified by scanning the fingerprints. It is one element of biometrics, the measurement of physical characteristics to identify individuals. There are even devices that can identify people by checking the veins in the palms of their hands or the irises of their eyes. That's insane, bro. Ask K-pop fans, they could do that too. Okay. Without the two of them there, nobody could even get into the storage facility. Because a dangerous virus is also stored there, the lab where the antiviral is kept is protected by an ID checkpoint, as well as a sophisticated 3-tiered lock system that requires fingerprint authentication. Multiple security guards are also posted outside the laboratory entrance 24 hours a day, making it all but impossible for an unauthorized person to get into the secured storage area. Bro, why does this sound like one of those Minecraft videos where they're like, I broke in to the most secure prison in Minecraft? Like, okay, babe, we get it. It's super secure. Tanaka followed his drift. Ah, yes, I see what you mean. He inclined his head in thought as Osawa continued. Could someone have overwritten the fingerprint authentication program? Let's check the entry logs for the storage section. I don't know, bro. This one? Could someone have overwritten the fingerprint authentication program? Maybe whoever was behind the secret trials had reprogrammed the entry criteria while Osawa was overseas. That would allow them to gain access to the storage facility without Osawa being there. But that would only be possible if they had Tanaka's cooperation. Tanaka's eyes widened when Osawa shared his conjecture. Sir, you don't think I was part of this, do you? Of course not, I was merely suggesting the possibility. The possibility is 0, Tanaka said. Making any changes to the system requires consent from the board, including your own personal approval, sir. Ah, yes, you're right, of course. I certainly didn't mean to imply anything. Osawa winced apologetically. The living room door opened with a soft creak. It was Kajiwara, and he looked stiff and pale. Something terrible has happened, he said. Visions of tragedy flooded Osawa's mind. Maria, is she... Kajiwara shook his head. No, not that. What is it then? Osawa said, his voice trembling. Sir, I need you to stay calm. Osawa swallowed the lump in his throat. You see, the toilet's clogged. I'm gonna kill myself. Plunger in hand, Osawa stabbed vigorously at the recalcitrant toilet bowl, struggling to loosen the unseen blockage. Let me see this shit. Hello! Welcome in, everybody! We're playing 428 Shibuya Scramble, and we're plunging a toilet! Yeah! How are you guys? How are you? What's the haps? Welcome in, welcome in. Let me give you a shout out. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh my damn. Yeah, you guys came in at a weird time, but it's fine. it's totally normal. Don't worry about it. Oh my gosh, I can't type. I'm sorry. There we go. We're just reading about like what a plunger is. If you don't know, is a cleaning utility implement consisting of a soft hemispherical rubber suction cup attached to the end of a dowel. By pressing the cup over the opening of a drain that has been clogged, one can apply suction pressure to jostle the blockage free, makes a variety of sounds when used, such as glub, glork, schlock, schlorp, schloop, and pop, in case you did not know. Thank you. Feels strong, man. It's just like real life. I don't know why, but something about that description sounds oddly perverse. It definitely is. I've heard those sounds before. I'm dead. What the fuck is this game? Black Blue, you have to describe this. I don't know how you describe this game. Plunger in hand, Osawa stabbed vigorously. This is so wild. At the toilet bowl, struggling to loosen the unseen blockage. Kajiwara was at his side, wiping up the floor with a rag. How did this even happen? The detective groaned. Oh, sorry. How did this even happen? The detective groaned. Are you kidding? I was hoping you could tell me that. The plunger sucked and schlorped at the porcelain basin. Whose toilet fetish is this? What the fuck is happening? This was a first for Osawa. He had never tried to unclog a toilet before in his life. Not that it's... It's a visual novel about a kidnapping where you play from the perspective of several characters and your objective is to prevent the crime. Yes, and you have to keep going to back in time into different people's perspectives to make the timeline be exactly how it needs to be for the story to play out how it was meant to. And you can get like a bunch of different like bad endings and stuff like that. It is interesting. This is just a weird thing. Is this trying to make us horny with toilets? I don't know, man. I don't know. What? Schlorped?
sounds interesting. Like, I don't even know how to properly describe it because that description did not do this game justice. Are you sure this is not a toilet dating sim? To my knowledge, bro. Think of it as a blessing in disguise, Mr. Osawa. What the hell are you talking about? What about this constitutes a blessing? I just meant that at least this happened before you needed to, do your business. Without the slightest hint of guile on his face, Kajiwara picked up his bucket and headed for the sink back in the washing area. Grumbling to himself, Osawa pumped the plunger over and over again. Yeah, I bet he did. This was almost funny. Almost ridiculous. In fact, his daughter had been kidnapped, and he was stuck unclogging a toilet. He was quite possibly caught up in a major corporate conspiracy, and here he was, unclogging a toilet. Tanaka poked his head into the bathroom. Did you fix it yet? If you need to urinate, then use the restroom on the second floor. That's alright. Here's fine. What? Excuse me? What's happening right now? What's happening? What's going on? I can tell you the worst feeling is having to unclog a toilet right after doing the deed. Yeah, yo, what? Even I'm not as good as these guys. This game is wild. You guys really joined at a wild portion. Hey, man, make sure to hit that button. But no, kidding. I'm fucking dead. Why does Tanaka have the don't drop the soap face on? I know, like, what's happening? I want to know what being on set was like. Listen, I see behind the scenes videos of this game being made or something. Tanaka stepped in beside him and abruptly shut the bathroom door. Hey, yo, what you shutting the door for? Now the two men were crammed together in the narrow laboratory. You know, hey, bro, I've seen this start before. Hold on now. Bro, you know what? Maybe I do like Osawa. He keeps getting gayer and gayer every time we see him. First his shit with Kajiwara, now like he's getting like the boss ex-assistant. First you have like the, you know, like the detective ex the like, you know, suspect, like kind of like weird point that like, you know, Osawa's in, or whatever role you'd give him. You have that weird dynamic, and then you have this dynamic, like, okay, Yaoi King. Like, he doesn't even like his wife. I think they're a lavender marriage, I fear. And Osawa's like, fuck, I dropped it. That's real. He shut the door, literally. Hey, Osawa hissed, what the hell are you doing? Tanaka made eye contact with Osawa via the mirror. Why is there a mirror where the toilet is? He spoke in a hushed voice. What are you doing? I've been waiting for a moment I could get you alone.
Help! Help! Help me!
I'm like, are you gonna kill me or do something else to me? I don't know. I don't know. Like, it's one of these two things. What? Tanaka sidled around to face him, giving him an intense stare. Listen, if you betray me, I'm gonna be so mad, bro. I'm gonna be so mad. Are you mad because I, like, called it out? Like, what's happening right now? What's happening? Don't you shush me. What's happening? Sir, could you please be quiet for a moment? Tanaka had tears in the corner of his eyes. What's happening? Are you gonna kill me? This'll only take a moment. He's gonna fucking stab me, bro. He's gonna stab me. This is something people say only when they're about to kill somebody else. Like, and they're like slightly regretting it. They're like, I don't really want to do this, but I have to do this. It's like, this will only hurt a bit. You know what I'm saying? I think he's about to kill my ass, bro. Osawa could feel the warm breath of his deputy whispering against his cheek. Oh my god, toxic yaoi. Bury your gaze. Tanaka reached for something inside his coat. Do not pull out the blicky. You better not. You better not. Hey, come on, knock it off. Osawa lifted the plunger like a weapon. Look, if you want to talk, we can do it out there. Osawa shoved Tanaka out of the bathroom. Alright, do as you wish. Listen, I want to see if he gets shot. I just want to see. I just want to pull through. Alright, do as you wish. Osawa closed his eyes. Are you sure you're ready for this? Osawa was just waiting for this moment. Listen, low-key, he does give, like, I want to die energy. So, it's part of me is like, this is, I feel like this is canon. Like, he's just like, he's about to kill me. Alright. Well, just do it, I guess. And, you know, I can't, he's kind of real for that. Are you sure you're ready for this? That's not where I was going with that statement. Oh, sorry. Sorry, no, yes, he was like, yes, he's gonna touch me. Peek me. I'm not sure. This is all happening pretty fast. To be honest, I'm rather nervous. Wait, he actually did mean it gay. Wait, guys, he actually meant it gay. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god, it's gay people. Yeah. Listen, he thinks he's about to get like the Suck 9000. Meanwhile, Tanaka's pulling out the blicky. He's about to get slurped like the toilet. I'm fucking dead. I'm dead. Why that should not have been funny. I'm sorry. Oh, I'm crying. Osawa is 100% the type who doesn't know what he wants, so he takes everything. That's actually real. I understand, sir. I mean, now that I think of it, we do spend day in and day out in that lab together. He does think it's gay! Wait! Yo, Bonnie, thank you so much for the follow, homie. I appreciate you. Oh my goodness. Yo! Wait! Wait! Wait a minute! Listen, even though I do think Tanaka's about to kill us, like, the fact that Osawa's just like, yeah, you know, like, this makes sense. Let's do it. Like, wait a minute, Osawa just went from, like, bottom, literally, y'all remember earlier, if you were not here earlier, I literally said that Osawa was my least favorite character right now. Bro shot from bottom to top, bro, even though he's the bottom. Stop. Period. He thinks it's gay and he's letting it happen. Exactly. LMAO. Even I would not want to be railed in the toilet. Classic. And then, listen, he's like, we are together all the time. And Tanaka's just like, wait, no, I was gonna kill you. And then Osawa's like, wait, what? Oh, wait, this wasn't... And Tanaka's like, no, wait, what did you think we were gonna do? And then he's just like, wait, no, I can't even kill you right now, like, because now it's weird. I mean, now that I think of it, we do spend day in and day out in that lab together. I suppose this was bound to happen sooner or later. I'm, like, actually geeked and gagged. Sir, could you please open your eyes? I'd like you to look at this. You'll have to forgive me. This is all a bit sudden. Please, sir, take a look. No, I can't. It's just the two of us. Just the two of us. We can make it if we try. Just the two of us. Well, listen, he hasn't shot me yet, so I'm like, what does he have? some evidence? Because, like, if he's not betraying me right now, I don't know what else he's doing. I was so sure that I was about to get shot or knifed.
It's probably going to shock you, I know, but please just look. Is it really that shocking?
We can make it if we try, just the two of us. And then Tanaka's like, well, since you started, we might as well, literally. He's like, well, you know, I hate to disappoint you, sir. Oh, yes, very. Oh, yes, very.
Now please, open your eyes.
Okay. No, I can't.
Sir, trust me, this isn't easy for me either.
Alright. Bracing himself, Osawa opened his eyes. Tanaka thrust out his cell phone. Listen, what is it with me? I'm constantly, throughout this entire stream, I've been picking the options that I think aren't the way we're supposed to go. And then it somehow works. And I'm like, I don't know if they all just like end up in the same place or what, but it's making me laugh either way. Like, that to even think that maybe I could be just getting lucky. I'm like, dang, bro. My logic is working, like, against me, I guess, in a good way.
Yes, sir, it's a magnum. I know, it barely fits in my hands.
Help. Bracing himself, Osawa opened his eyes. Tanaka thrust out his cell phone.
Here, take a look at this.
Huh? Osawa blinked, bewildered, then refocused on the phone. He could never have anticipated what he saw on the LCD screen.
No, stop! I need more yaoi, please!
Damn, it's only his cell he's thrusting. Kills myself.
No! Wait!
Okay, wait. Okay, I was gonna end, but I think I want to go a little bit longer. Teehee. Okay, where do we need to go is the question. Okay, we got kept out here. Oh! I think we can go back to Kano, right? Because now, well, actually, I think his father-in-law should still be there. We'll see. Thinking back to the way... Okay, wait, hold on, what is this? Thinking back to the way Tateno had put his life on the line to rescue a bunch of strangers made Kano feel all the more raw. Raw? What are they talking about? About just tailing these syndicate members. Letting the crooks just wander around wasn't going to bring Maria Osawa to safety. Of that, Kano was now certain. Yes, have a good stream, friend. Thanks for coming around and seeing the sillies. Ah, I just hit my hand. Fuck. Yes. Get your sleep if you need to wake up early. No worries. Shoot, it's bleeding pretty bad. He heard someone say behind him. Hello? Who the fuck? What am I looking at right now? Is that your head? He turned and saw two young men carrying another along. There was a towel wrapped tightly around the third's head. Hey, what happened? Kano asked. Shut your mouth. Kano blanched. And here's... Okay, listen. The yaoi continues because this guy... This is not what he normally looks like. His gimmick... This is Sasayama. His gimmick is that, like, he is always, like, in costumes. Like, he's always changing his appearance to, like, be in disguise or whatever to fit in wherever he's, like, staking out. That's his bit. So, like, right now he's basically being, like, an otaku. But, like, yeah, this is Kano's boyfriend, his partner. Good night!
Ken, the attitude. He's trying to help.
Another voice cut in. It was Sasayama. My man. I can't remember if Sasayama is dating anybody or married or whatever, but I think Kano should stop dating Remy and date him instead, because, you know, at least he likes him. Like, at least, you know, you don't have to deal with parents, because, like, you don't even want to tell them you're gay. Had he finished dealing with the girl by the station then? Oh yeah, I forgot that we got split up for a bit.
What happened to your friend? Out of my way, man. I ain't afraid to kick your ass. Well, cut the crap and let me take a quick look.
Sasayama unwrapped the towel from around the young man's head.
Oh, that's nasty.
The young guy was a little more than a kid. His head was soaked red with blood. He appeared to be unconscious. They couldn't just leave him like this, but they were in the middle of a job. They should probably call juvenile affairs. No, I don't want to do that. They were in the middle of a job, but they couldn't just leave him like this. They should probably take him to a hospital. I don't want to take them to juvenile affairs, though. That's so mean. I'm gonna try this. They were in the middle of a job, but they couldn't just leave him like this. They should probably take him to a hospital. Kano offered to help carry the bloodied man, but Sasayama stepped in front of him. He quickly flashed the two youths his badge. Oh crap, you a cop? Sasayama nodded. Who are you kids with? The Bamfs? No, these are probably SOS. Shibuya's number 2 gang, its leader Sohei Ikari, has gathered up some big mean dudes in an attempt to make Shibuya his turf. The gang's leadership is inferior to that of SOS, but on an individual level, its members tend to be stronger in a fight. Word is that the rise of the Bamfs is one of the reasons SOS has been growing more combative recently.
SOS?
SOS, admitted one of the young men after some hesitation. Who attacked you?
Yo, it ain't like that.
What was it like then? Infighting? The young man was silent. Sasayama must have been right on the mark. In the course of his police duties, Kano picked up a fair amount of street gossip from the young people in Shibuya. Lately, the scuttlebutt around the legendary SOS gang was what they were dealing with, was that they were dealing with some internal strife. Look, don't worry about it, I get it. There's a hospital just down that way. Hurry up and get him there. The young man batted off Sasayama's offered hand, then quickly hauled his friend away. Sounds like SOS is on the verge of breaking up with all this infighting, huh? Kano asked. He kept his eyes on the young men as they headed off. Yeah, seems like it's been pretty rough. You know, what with the original leader leaving and all that. The detectives in juvenile affairs were well acquainted with the SOS's original leader. Oops, I didn't mean to do that. Go back, please. Let me reread, you son of a bitch. What do you mean I can't go back? Oh, okay, I can click it here, though. That would be Achi Endo. Initially, SOS was nothing more than a small group of like-minded young people who hung out together, but as its membership grew, the general public began referring to the group as a gang. Word has it that back then... Oh, sorry. I just remembered I have birthday cake still and I want some. Word has it that back when Achi was the leader... gang members never started any conflicts themselves, but simply responded in kind when others brought fights their way. Bro, it's just like Kiru. Oh my god, guys, I love Yakuza. No, that's literally so Kiru coded. Like, he usually does not fight unless you start it first, bro. He usually tries not to fight, and then people stay trying him anyways. The stories were like something out of some sort of after-school special. There were tales of them taking down gangs who sold drugs to kids or breaking into Yakuza front offices to save their friends. The detectives with juvenile affairs took these stories with a grain of salt, but if there really were young people like that out there, Kano hoped to meet them someday. Hey, maybe you will.
I mean, indirectly, Kano has met, like, somebody probably. The detectives had to hurry to catch up with the man they were tailing. He was still strolling along, seemingly in no particular hurry. They kept him in sight as he crossed another pedestrian overpass and circled back around. Still following the same MO, huh? Sasayama grumbled. Guess so, Kano said. How'd things go with the girl? He was careful not to take his eyes off the mark as they talked. I managed to calm her down and get her on a train. She was going on about how she wanted to go someplace far, far away, but whatever, it's all good now. I feel kind of bad about the whole thing, Kano said. Well, she's not pertinent to the case anyhow. Guess it's back to dogging this guy. Sasayama nodded toward the suspect, looking none too pleased. So, Sasayama. I'm thinking the attaché case is going to get handed off again any moment now. Huh? Sasayama peered at the mark, who was scanning the plaza he just entered, apparently looking for someone. I'd take one side, you take the other? Kano suggested. Sasayama's eyes went wide. Say what now? That way we apprehend both perps involved with the handoff. Sasayama didn't reply. Look, HQ isn't thinking about the hostage's safety, Kano said, but that needs to take priority here. Sasayama's face took on a rare solemnity. Disobeying a direct order is not something to do lightly. A detective's behavior is governed by the Local Public Service Act. Article 32 states that a detective is to faithfully follow the orders of his superior in the course of his duties. Violating this is punishable by a warning, reduction in pay, suspension from duty, or dismissal. In the event of a warning, not only is the individual expected to submit a formal letter of apology, but pay raises may be delayed or performance bonuses cut. Then after a moment he added, but I'm on board. I'm sick of all this wandering around anyway. That's Sasayama I know, Kano replied with a chuckle and then a kiss. Sasayama gave him a silent thumbs up. Hello? The two detectives took up positions on the opposite sides of the plaza. Kano called up Sasayama on his cell phone. You ready? Just give the word. There were only two non-Japanese people in the nearby crowd. Both were eyeing their surroundings anxiously. Kano was certain the handoff was about to take place. And then, well, if it isn't Mr. Toyama. Kano's ears perked up at the sound of aggressive greeting, the voice dripping with feigned cheer. He whirled around to see two rough-looking young men confronting a father and his daughter. The older man looked pained. Please, just hold on, he said placatingly. I thought we agreed on 4 o'clock. The young man snarled. Don't you try and play dumb with us, buddy. It's nothing like that, I swear. My girl was just hungry, so I stepped out to. Yeah? How come you didn't just order delivery, huh? Oh, yes, right. I suppose that would work, too. Don't you have me, mister. Kano watched the argument uneasily. The stranger's altercation put him in a bit of a spot. The crook he was tailing probably wouldn't risk handing off the case with an uproar like this going on. What's going on over there? Sasayama asked. Not sure, Kano replied. Looks like some kind of argument. The suspects are gonna get wary on us. It's gonna screw up the whole handoff. Yeah, I know. So do something about it and get over there, Sasayama said. What? Find some way to shut them up and then get over here. Sure, alright. Fuck. Kano headed toward the argument. He was only halfway there when Sasayama called again. He sounded panicked. Hey, Kano! He made a run for it! Huh? Oh, crap. The man they'd been tailing had vanished in the brief time Kano had taken his eyes off him. Wait up! Kano shouted. Sasayama was racing after the suspect, and Kano rushed to join him. The man was surprisingly quick, however, and neither detective managed to catch up. In fact, they soon lost sight of him amidst the teeming crowds. Frantically, they dashed through the streets as fast and hard as they could. We lost him, Sasayama admitted at last. Oh no. Damn it. He stamped his foot on the asphalt in disgust. Director Kuze, Kano gasped over the wireless. I'm sorry, but we lost the man with the attaché case. There was a heavy sigh on the other end of the line. Kano braced himself. He wasn't going to be able to weasel out of this one with just I'll do better next time. Sasayama, Kano, get your asses back to the precinct. Kuze, out. With that, Kuze switched off the line. Kills myself, dies. Back to the precinct. Kano knew full well what they meant. They were off the case. There was a gnawing in his gut. If those two punks hadn't shown up... No. If that father and his daughter hadn't turned up, he might have been able to apprehend the suspect. I can't leave under these conditions. I have to fix this. Don't let it get you down, Sasayama said. I mean, paper pushing can be kind of fun. Sasayama! The look on his face, however, suggested he didn't think it was fun at all. Not one bit. With the air of two men heading to an execution, Kano and Sasayama trudged back towards the Shibuya precinct. Back to the precinct. Kano was taken off the case because he lost track of the suspect, thanks to a random altercation nearby. And his glum conclusion was correct. If that father-daughter duo hadn't shown up... Oh man, I told them to stay put. I should have told them to go back. Damn it. Okay, but I know where to go. This wouldn't have happened. A certain someone needs to give those two some better advice. And a certain other someone needs to meet up with them outside his or her house. Both of those are key to changing poor Kano's fate. Thanks, Pookie. Go back to this part. Hold on. Oh my gosh. Here. Was it this? Was it this? Weird. No, not the weird sound. Was it this? Advice. Okay. Yeah, you need to go back to the office ASAP. The office? But they'll find me there for sure. Toyama's voice was a little more than a pathetic whimper. It's a little bit of reverse psychology. The last place the debt collectors are gonna think you went is back to the office, right? Oh, I see, Toyama said. He sounded impressed by the suggestion. For now, just stay hidden until I can get these articles finished. All right, Toyama said weakly. He hung up. Minorikawa let out a deep sigh, then turned back to his laptop. Keep out! You're done, bro. Okay. And then, what did they say? Something about a house? Oh, I don't remember. Hold on. Hold on, I just wanna see the endings again really quick. Blimp. Pause. Bed list. Thanks. Yeah. Okay.
A certain someone needs to give those two some better advice, and a certain other someone needs to meet up with them outside his or her house. Who is that? A certain someone needs to meet up with them outside his or her house. I don't even know where they live. Oops. We should... Let's go together. And so Cheery and I headed out in search of the truck. Oh my god. As we make our way down Center Guy, peering in all directions, I accidentally bumped right into a man who's out with his daughter. Oh, pardon me. I hop back to my feet and I go to bow to the man of apology, and then we like bonk heads and we die. Blah, 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 blah. And she just keeps walking. Hannah, wait. Okay, we're here together. As we make our way back down the road, Cheery's eyes light upon a cafe. Man, I'm super hungry, she mutters. Not now. We have to find that truck. Yeah, I know. I stride purposefully along, and though Cheery flashes the eatery a long, lingering look, she falls into step beside me. No, yeah, behind me. Cheery and I wander around town for another 10 minutes or so. Oh my god, this is embarrassing. Cheery and I wander around Starbucks coffee around town for another 10 minutes or so. We don't see any sign of the truck, though. Ugh, I sigh. It really is good and gone, huh? I turn to look back at Cheery. Huh? Wait, what? Cheery's gone. She must have slipped away from me at some point. Okay, so she ends up at the cafe either way. I take a quick look around, but there's no sign of her. When did she split off? She was just there 2 or 3 minutes ago. It's 12:35. The sales demo starts in 25 minutes. What do I do? I don't have time to go looking for Cheery. Oh my god. Guess I'll have to keep searching for the truck by myself then. But I have no clues to go on, so I don't know how I'm ever going to find it. Oh my god. What should I do? Should I be kept out? Apparently. Okay, get me out of here. We're gonna jump. Jump up and get down. Tama! Change the future. Sorry, the past. To change the future. The storeroom door opens with a rough grating sound. Okay, now where's the light switch? I fumble around in the dark, feeling for the light switch box. My costume paws mute the sensations in my hands enough that even finding that is difficult. I bat at the wall willy-nilly until eventually the lights come on. Apparently, I found the switch. Well, what the heck is this? Blah, 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 blah. We've seen this before. Grow 2 inches, guaranteed. And that's how we knew Boss was a sad, sad man. Okay, this is the worst. Y'all, bug warning. Just so you know. Look at him! Oh my god, he's just a little 3D guy. It's one of them. Do, 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 do. I snatch up the cardboard box and make a run for it. So that way it won't go outside. I snatch up the cardboard box and make a run for it. Whew, I made it. And then I think the rest might just be the same. Okay, now let me see if I go back. Okay. Just then a bit of light shone in the alleyway from above. It looked like someone on the adjacent blah 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 blah. The light illuminated Hitomi's face. When Achi saw the look in her eyes, he reconsidered his decision. She was trying her hardest to hide it, but she was clearly terrified. No way he was letting her go back out there alone. Still, he tried to insist she would only refuse him again. Hitomi? Humor me for a second here. Tell me, what's the proper way to dispose of a pasta bottle? Do you know? This is actually a pop quiz that will be graded, and that's that. Also, I'm only skipping past this and not reading it because we had read it already. But I was watching a stream the other day by somebody, and they didn't read any of the text on the screen, and I was like, what? I know sometimes I can barely read, and you probably prefer if I just stop trying, but I know a lot of times I'm not always looking at the screen while I'm listening, or while I'm watching, I'm just listening to it. So I'm like, damn, bro, nobody knows what's going on in the game because you're not reading anything. It's crazy. Yo, Briny Baron, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome, Eon. Sorry, this is a wild little place to inject in. We're playing a 4-2-8 Shibuya Scramble. Welcome in. Let me give you a shout out. That's my little Australian accent attempt. Anyways, there ya go. And we're getting wild. We're solving mysteries, I guess. Not gonna lie, that is a pet peeve of mine when a streamer just refuses to read text in a game. That's actually so me in real. I'm like, you're just not gonna read that? I'm like, are you even reading it? Because sometimes they'll click it so fast. I'm like, are you even reading that text though? I know sometimes I struggle to intake the information that I read, but I promise it's not on purpose. I promise sometimes I just read things and my brain just does not intake it. I'm not doing it to be I don't know, obtuse or whatever. Even if it's the first time they see it. Yeah. So what is this? Oh, yeah, this is 428 Shibuya Scramble. This is a game about a girl who gets kidnapped, and you have to try to make a timeline happen, but you're playing as several different people, and you have to control them and make them do certain things to make the story flow the way it's supposed to. So you have to keep going back in time and whatnot to fix things, but it's specific time blocks. So right now I think we are 12 p.m. right now. We did 10 a.m. and we did 11 a.m. blocks of time. To me, the plot in a game is always more important, the most important thing. So when people intentionally skip text and don't read, it hurts my soul. Exactly. Especially because me, I'm the thing that I play for is the story. I said, I say this all the time, that I don't really care about gameplay in the sense that if it's a little bad, I can get over, but if it's horrendous, obviously it's gonna ruin it for me. But also I don't care if there's not that much gameplay, because I just want the lore in the story or whatever, you know what I mean? I was that's the most important part of me, though, which is I always try to read as much as I can, but sometimes I'm please, I don't want to read anymore. You gave me my reason when I have why I have to help you out. I super respect. Yeah, we read this already. Look at my shirt. Okay. Shut up.
Okay then. Okay. If you really are that sure about it, I guess I could use your help a little while longer.
Hitomi flashed him a little smile. Wow. I play to automate everything and solve all the puzzles and also funny jokes. That's fair too. I was playing some Love Raft. Bro, sorry, I can't read. Ooging? Or going to the radio tower next stream. Oh yeah, that's probably going. So I was like, ooging? What is that? Idiot. I'm stupid. No, you're so good. You're so good. I deduced it. No, but yeah, I feel like those games, like, you can skip past the tutorial, like, if you don't read it or whatever. As long as it's not a story game. Don't skip the story in the story game, please. But skip any other text in any other game. That's fine. Who reads instructions? Me, I do. Mostly. Not all the time, though. Sometimes if it's too long, I'm like, ah, fuck it, I'll figure it out. Man, she's so cute, Achi thought. Okay, this is when there was the cockroach on her head, but it shouldn't be there now. Oh, it ended nicely and she didn't die. Sneaking out from the alley, Achi and Hitomi began to make their way along the side streets back towards Dogenzaka. It was a pretty big detour compared to taking the main thoroughfares, but that would be worth it. But that would be worth it if it meant they avoided the man with the cane. Achi looked over at Hitomi as she walked alongside him. Sorry, it's kind of hard to read the text on this specific background, considering there's a lot of, like... There's a lot of weird colors going on. Especially, like, light colors. So it's a bit messy to read in it. Her face was solemn. He could feel the intensity of her worry for her sister. Oh, well. Look who's got himself a little cutie. The sudden call startled him, and he spun around. Wait, is this how the friend gets busted up? Yo, mean clean, over here. Achi spotted a young man up ahead, sneering at him. At his side were two others. Achi recognized the lot. SOS. Hitomi let out a nervous squeak. Achi? Don't worry about them. He led her onward, attempting to stride right past the trio. Whoa, hey now, you just gonna ignore me? That's pretty damn rude considering especially coming from someone who used to be an old buddy. The three toughs moved to bar Achi's path. Oh, she is hella fine. Come on, ain't you gonna introduce us? Extremely attractive. The etymology of hella is somewhat unclear, but its meaning is undisputed, vary a lot of, totally, and the like. Potential synonyms for hella fine include mighty fine, fine as hell, and bangin'. Period, she's bangin'. Come on, ain't you gonna introduce us? Sorry, man, Achi said. I'm in a bit of a hurry here. He gave them a tepid smile. A big hurry, huh? Where to? Some love hotel in Yamacho? Too rich, another chimed in. She's a screamer, Achi? Achi! It's crazy. Take a stereotypical way to poke fun at someone at a would-be amorous couple. Now take Achi's name. There you go. They burst out howling like a gang of monkeys. One of them cackled like a grinning idiot. Achi! 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 Achi felt his anger boil. These guys were in a sore need of a major ass kicking. There was too much at stake. He was just going to have to suck it up and ignore them for the time being. But there was too much at stake. He was just going to have to suck it up and ignore them for the time being.
Gritting his teeth, he tried to slip past them, but the largest of the three grabbed him by the collar. You ran out, man. Susumu's the one who runs this town now. You got no right to keep acting like you're the boss of us. He shoved Achi up against the wall. Says who? Achi asked. Susumu? Say what now? Did Susumu say I've got no right to act like the boss? Bitch, please. Susumu ain't got time to worry about your sorry ass. Ah, is that so? Achi's fist flashed out. Listen, I tried not to be violent. I tried. Catching the man clean on the jaw. He dropped to the ground with a dull thud. So tell Susumu this. Everyone in Shibuya needs to just play nice and have fun. Achi kept his tone light and jovial, but he eyed the two other toughs like a hawk eyeing its prey. Is he going to be alright? Hitomi murmured. Maybe. Bro, I'm ooging to the radio tower next stream. Totally, bro. Yo, new word just dropped. We love it. I don't really know what it means, but I'm ooging. I'm out though. I got something to do. Have fun time. Yo, thanks for stopping by. Enjoy the rest of your night, my guy. She looked at the man Achi had laid out with some concern. He'll be fine. If that's all it took to knock him out, he's got no right to act all badass. Achi, huh? I don't believe I've had the pleasure. Oh, sorry. Wrong guy. Achi, huh? I don't believe I've had the pleasure. A taller man with an angry gleam in his eyes had appeared atop the steps nearby. He must have turned up during the commotion. He radiated a distinct aura of menace. That's me, Achi replied. Just who are you? For once, it was someone he didn't recognize. The name's Yoji Kiru. Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god. Used to roll with a gang from Ikebukuro until a few months ago, known as the killer whale of Bukuro. He answered any and all resistance with his fist. His crazy antics led to him being kicked out of the gang. However, and lately, he's been hanging around Shibuya. Okay. I joined up with SOS after you left. Now I'm Susumu's number 2 guy. The newcomer stared at Achi's face, sizing him up. Our legendary founder. I've heard so much about you. Founder. It had been a long time since anyone had called him that. There had been a bunch of arguing over who would take charge of the new group that was forming to set things straight in Shibuya. At some point, folks had started hailing him as the force behind SOS. But founder, that was just something his buddies called him. He had never paid it much heed. Shibuya was a place for fun, not hierarchies. At least in Achi's mind. That was how it ought to be. Like how you busted up some mean old drug dealers, rescued your pals from Yakuza bondage. Here, bondage is used strictly in the sense of captivity. Any other time of Yakuza bondage will not be featured in this game. Sorry if the tip link here got your hopes up. I'm dead. What do they mean by that? You're a real hero. Kiru's tongue flicked from his mouth like a snake's. Okay? Hitomi shuddered. Achi couldn't blame her for being creeped out. Bro, I literally shuddered too. Oh my god. But that's all in the past now, isn't it? Kiru continued. You went modestly on your way. It's up to us now. And we've helped SOS grow by leaps and bounds to help carry on your legacy, no matter who stands in our way. The thought didn't sit right with Achi. If aggressive expansion was the name of the game, the gang was losing touch with its roots. It wasn't about keeping Shibuya safe and fun anymore. Make SOS bigger, huh? He said. I'm guessing that was the Suma's call as well. Kiru didn't answer his question. His mouth merely twisted into a knowing sneer. Bro, look at this bitch's hair. In any event, I think the boys here need a little lesson in manners. The guillotine ought to do the trick. A capital punishment device invented in the 18th century France. The condemned is executed by decapitation by means of heavy blade that descends from above, named for physician Joseph Ignatz Guillotine, who advocated its use to the National Assembly. Both King Louis, whatever number that is, and Marie Antoinette were executed by guillotine. The other gang members started an alarm. No, sorry. Oh, hey, just calm down, man. Please, anything but the guillotine. Kiru pointedly ignored their pleas. Well, hey, what's the guillotine? Achi asked. Kiru smirked. The guillotine is the guillotine. With me, worms. Without a glance back, Kiru strolled away. His two underlings followed him unhappily. Achi wondered what lay in store for them, but right now he had more important things to worry about. Come on, let's go. He took Hitomi by the hand, and they were back on their way. Oh, Hitomi perked up. That's me. She reached into her pocket and took out her cell phone. Huh? She stared at the screen with consternation. What is it? Achi asked. It's an email. From Mr. Tanaka. Your dad's gay lover? Who's Mr. Tanaka? My dad's boyfriend. He works with my father. I'm not sure what I should do. What does it say? Achi remembered that the criminal had warned her against contacting her family or the police. She seemed reluctant to even open this message. I'm sure it's fine to read an email, he said. And besides, he's not the police and he's not your family. That is kind of true, though. Yeah, you're right. Hitomi scanned the message anxiously. It sounds like he's worried about me, she said. Then does he know about the kidnapping? Yes, I know my father trusts him. And he's always been so... Hitomi cut herself short. Still, it was clear to Achi that she and this Tanaka person had some sort of close relationship. She's like, wait, he's kind of like my second dad. Wait. Oh, wait. She's like, wait, he actually was more of a parent than my parents. I wonder if it's safe for me to let him know what the situation is. I think it should be, Achi told her. The kidnappers aren't gonna know you sent an email, right? Right? Hitomi began typing out a response. Achi watched over her, wild speculations running through his mind. There was no way a mild-mannered young lady like her could be dating one of her father's co-workers. Was there? No way, bro. No way.
I gotta get out of here. I gotta get out of here. I gotta follow this to the end, though. Unless she was all about finding herself a sugar daddy. No, he was being ridiculous. Achi banished the thought from his mind. Actually, bro, I know I said I was gonna let it slide, but, like, I think it's gonna leak back to what's his name, and I am kind of curious. I can't lie, I'm kind of curious about what was on the phone. Here, take a look at this. Oh my god, you're dating my daughter? And not me? Tanaka, how could you do this? This is worse than you shooting me. It's an email from Hitomi. Stifling his exclamation, he scanned the contents of the message. There's a man following me. He has a gun, and I think he's trying to kill me. That's insane. I'm safe for the moment, so try not to worry. The kidnapper warned me, told me not to contact my family or the police. Please keep this email a secret. But Hitomi didn't give the kidnapper the ransom? But didn't Hitomi give the kidnapper the ransom? Why would anyone want... What would anyone want with her now? Tanaka shook his head, uncertain. He wouldn't know any better than I would, I suppose. Yeah, pretty much. Do the police know about this? And if so, why haven't they said anything? Of course they don't know about this. It literally says not to tell them. In the thingy. In the note, it says don't tell the police. He felt himself tremble as he searched for answers in Tanaka's silent gaze. Bro, we're gonna come out of this bathroom together and freaking Kajiwara's gonna be like, what the fuck? What was going on? And then he's gonna get jealous. Oh my god, now this is a love triangle. Oh my god. Do you think this could be related to that other thing? I doubt it. If it were, why would they go after Hitomi? I suppose you're right, but Osawa was shaking out right now. Tanaka laid a hand on his shoulder. First, just calm down, and let's think about what we know about the kidnapper. His composure helped Osawa keep himself under control. What the fuck is this angle? No way we're the toilet bowl right now. They've taken Maria, the vice director continued quietly, along with a ransom of 50 million yen. And now they're after Hitomi. His gaze sharpened. Sir, do you think this could be someone who holds a personal grudge against you? A grudge? Osawa considered. He couldn't think of anyone who would have a reason to attack him. He'd been too caught up in virus research since his time in school to have formed any hostile rivalries. He didn't have any enemies that he knew of. Maybe someone's jealous that I became head of a laboratory? He suggested doubtfully. He had held his position for years at this point. Why would that spur someone into kidnapping his daughter now? Has anything happened recently? Tanaka asked. Anything strange since you got back from overseas? Since I got back? Osawa's heart skipped a beat, then started pumping faster. The first thing that came to mind was the solicitation he'd gotten from the American laboratory. If he accepted the offer, it would put Okoshi, a pharmaceutical, in quite a bind. Possibly enough to warrant someone holding a grudge over it. But the only other person who knew about that potential transfer now was his wife, Ai. No, nothing. Not that I can think of. He couldn't bring himself to discuss the transfer with Tanaka. Oh, Pookie. He felt a surge of guilt for contemplating leaving his trusted assistant behind.
If he did make the move to America, he planned to recommend that Tanaka replace him as department director. Still, he didn't expect that to make up for his abandonment. No, you have to take him with you, please. Alright, I'll see what information I can find then, Tanaka said. The kidnapper had forbidden any contact with either family or the police. But Tanaka was outside of that circle, and he knew how to handle himself with discretion. I'm sorry, but I have to put this on you, Osawa said. I'm sorry to have to put this on you, and thank you. For now, let's see if we can get Hitomi to exchange some more emails. An uncomfortable thought suddenly occurred to Osawa. He blurted it out without thinking. Why do you have my daughter's contact information on your phone? Tanaka gave him a worried look. Sir, I promise I can explain once all this is over. And with that, he stepped out of the bathroom. What do you mean by that? Something in the tone of his final words left Osawa to wonder. Could it be that Tanaka and Hitomi were dating? He hoped dearly for that to not be the case. He was like, ooh, I want that. Their age difference alone. Let me hear it. Okay, so, wait, so me and Tanaka could be together, okay? We're similar in age. Mamoru Tanaka is 40 years old, Hitomi is 19. That makes him just over twice her age. This does not necessarily mean, however, that they could not date or fall for each other. Many couples with such an age difference between them wind up happy in a happy, committed relationship. It's so weird, though. It's so weird, and I think it is. Oh, sorry, I think it's weird. Their age difference alone made the idea a disturbing one, let alone so many other considerations. Trying to put aside his paranoia, Osawa resumed his struggle with the clog in the toilet. Most toilet clogs are caused by a buildup of a flushable paper products or by solid objects inadvertently dropped into the toilet bowl. But shockingly enough, on very rare occasions, they happen to be caused by someone taking a dump that happens to be that big that it gets stuck in the pipe. Apologies to anyone who might be eating right now. Yeah, sorry guys. Oh goodness. Kajiwara! Bro, what is with you people? You look so sickly, by the way, brother. I don't know. You look gray. What is with these men just coming into this small bathroom with me? Like, y'all want me so damn bad. Yo, Osawa must be an Omega. And you know, it kind of fits because if you look at Ai, she literally is giving alpha, okay? Like, Osawa actually birthed the twins. That's real, okay? That's facts. His previous wife was also an alpha, okay? That's on period. People who are like, don't know what I'm talking about, or like, kind of know what I'm talking about, they're like, I gotta go. You just get it. If you get it, you get it. If you don't, you don't. Sorry. Kajiwara reappeared, still toting the bucket. You seem to be having a lot of trouble there, sir. He made it sound like the whole mess was Osawa's fault. Of course I am. I've never had to do this before. Really, I think the research you do would be a lot more difficult than this. Fixing toilets gives me far more trouble, I'd say. So it would seem. Kajiwara stood watching as if Osawa's efforts made an interesting show. I don't know the first thing about viruses, sir, but I don't find unclogging toilets to be that difficult. Oh yeah? Then how about you fix the damn thing? Kajiwara really was the world-class pro at pissing people off. Are you sure you don't mind? The detective asked. Be my goddamn guest. Osawa shoved the plunger into Kajiwara's hand. Leaving the detective to handle the toilet, Osawa marched back to his study. He turned on the CD player and lay back on the sofa, squeezing his eyes shut tight. He was seriously on edge. Kajiwara had totally broken his stride, and he needed Tanaka to break another stride, bro. You know what I'm saying? Who said that? What now? The door to the study slid slowly open. It's Detective Kajiwara, sir. Please don't come in here without asking. My apologies, Mr. Osawa. I just wanted to inform you that the toilet has been fixed. Right, fine. Osawa hardly cared. He just wanted the guy to give him a little peace. Oh my, is that really all you have to say, sir? Nary a compliment or encouraging word, but you're dripping fucking toilet water on my floor. Maybe a good job, Kajiwara? Or you're getting a promotion, detective? Osawa blew out his breath in exasperation, bro. They are so toxic. Yowie. Yeah, literally, he's dripping toilet water, like, all over the place. Oh my god, he, like, touched the door. I'm gonna fucking freak out right now. Okay, wait, but listen to this banger, though. Hold on. Sorry, I was enjoying it. Osawa blew out his breath in exasperation. How are you a detective? I'm not sure how I get your meaning, sir. You are completely clueless. I'd like to ask your superiors to replace you with a detective who knows how to take his job seriously. Mr. Osawa, with all due respect, it's unusual for a precinct detective like me to be stationed here at a victim's home. What's your point? Not to brag, sir, but I happen to be an exceptional detective. Oh, so he thinks that I did it or something. I have something to do with it. That's what this is. He said, I'm not usually at a victim's home. So this meaning that we're not victims here. In fact, I made an excellent showing in the Superstar Detective contest we had on our police social media service. An online platform whose primary feature is allowing people to connect with one another. The police exclusive social media network that Kajiwara belongs to is Poxy. It is very strictly regulated, with any abuse, language, slander, sexual content, or lame jokes deleted almost immediately. For a moment, Osawa thought the bolt of incredulous anger that shot through him was the onset of a stroke. How could a single person be so utterly infuriating? And you can't tell anyone about this? Oh, and you can't tell anyone about this, Kajiwara went on obliviously. But this summer, a new detective manga is starting up based on me. Planned for serialization in the MPD's monthly PR magazine, the chapter titles have already been decided. Chapter 1, The Fabled Detective Kaji. Chapter 2, Kaji Howls at the Sun. Chapter 3, Kaji Rides the Rails. Chapter 4, Kaji at Daybreak. Chapter 5, Detective Kajak. Chapter 6, Kaji, Queen of the Street. Chapter 7, Lookout Kaji. Chapter 8, Kaji on the Edge. Chapter 9, Dance Kaji Dance. Chapter 10, Space Detective Kaji. And so on and so forth and so on. Sorry, I've only read it like so on and so forth. Osawa spat out a peal of feigned laughter. A manga? I can tell you all about the plot, sir. Would you like to hear about it? I would not. It's about a telecommunicative detective who solves major crimes using just his wits and his computer. Surely you'd like to hear about that, sir? I really wouldn't. I know I may not look it, but I'm pretty handy with computers. You hacked me, didn't you? Kajiwara's eyes drifted over to Osawa's desktop. Oh no, girl! I'm actually about to freak out. Oh my god. Why did he touch me? This is so... I don't know why this is so distressing to me. I don't know why this is so distressing to me. I'm sorry if you're like, oh my god, you're a fucking baby. Yeah, I know. It's whatever. It's irrational. That's why they're called irrational fears. His hand darted to the mouse. In a matter of moments, he cleared the screensaver and booted up a web browser. Hey, Osawa barked. Don't touch that. But it was too late.
he was too late to stop the detective. The monitor showed the page for AyaNet, a fan page devoted to Aya Kamiki. Osawa's imminent rage stroke was beginning to make his vision grow fuzzy. You come to this site regularly, sir? Regularly? Well, I'm not sure I'd... Osawa trailed off, feeling the heat of a blush flare on his cheeks. There's a lot of stuff on this site. Is there a section you primarily spend time on? Well, I mean, for my part, I really only go on the fan forums for folks 40 and over. With a twinkle of curiosity in his eyes, Kajiwara peered at the computer screen. Having his privacy invaded to this degree was the ultimate disgrace. What the fuck is happening right now? What humiliation kink is happening? Like, how did he even get the gloves that wet? Did he stick his hand into the toilet? I don't know. Well, okay, so to be fair, he was like cleaning stuff off the floor with like a sponge, I think. Or no, with a rag. He was on the floor with a rag cleaning stuff up with a bucket. So maybe he dipped his hand in the bucket and then wiped it on the floor, like, you know, with the rag. So that's why his hands are so wet. That's what I'm choosing to believe. It's floor water. It's just floor water. There's no toilet water in it. Please, 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 please. Having his privacy invaded to this degree was the ultimate disgrace. All right, Osawa huffed. You're an amazing detective, Kajiwara. Just incredible. I see you in a new light now. Now, would you please... I see you in a new light now. Now, would you please get the hell out of my room? He tried to usher Kajiwara back. Please leave me alone. He got up to leave the study. Would you please get the hell out of my room? Listen, I don't want to leave him alone with my computer. The fuck? He tried to usher Kajiwara back out the door. All right, sir, the detective said. All right, I understand. I'll leave. But before that... Kajiwara slipped his hand into his pocket. I don't need a damn banana. It's not that, Mr. Osawa. I have something that I think may be important to you. What is this? He held out a small plastic bag. Inside was a scrap of paper of some sort. What's that? Osawa asked. This is what was clogging the toilet, sir. With some hesitation, Osawa took hold of the bag. Huh? That's... The passenger name here is listed as Kenji Osawa. In the plastic bag was a plane ticket. Specifically the one for this upcoming flight to the US the following week. He left it out on his desk. How had it wound up getting flushed down the toilet? This looks pretty important, sir, Kajiwara said. Oh my god, it looks bad because I'm like fleeing the country or something. I must say, it was pretty careless of you to accidentally flush it, girl. I did not accidentally flush this. Don't piss me off. A wry sort of smile came to his face. Although, the detective added, I suppose the question of who flushed it is another matter entirely. Osawa was at a loss for words. Someone had tried to flush his plane ticket on purpose. He was sure of it. He knocked on the door to Ai's room, but there was no response. It didn't look like she'd gotten back home yet. Osawa let himself in. The fact that they have separate rooms says a lot. The singing scent of her perfume pervaded the room, which was decorated all in white. Clothes were strewn all about as if to put her solventness on display. She'd been like this ever since they'd gotten married, and Osawa had long since stopped caring. It must have been I who tried to flush the ticket. He knew she didn't want him going to America, but still, couldn't she have found a better way to get rid of it? Thanks to her, he'd been stuck hunched over that damn toilet fighting with the plunger. Osawa sat down on the bed amidst the brand-named clothing. He spotted something odd down by his feet. It was a gold cigarette lighter. Just when had I picked up smoking? Osawa picked up the lighter and set it on the shelf next to the bed. He started out of the room, but then noticed a scrapbook on the bookshelf. The rest of the shelf was filled with fashion magazines, so the scrapbook definitely drew his eye. And the fact that it says fucking scrapbook on it. Curious, he took it down and opened it. Suddenly Kajiwara came barging into the room. "Mr. Osawa," he cried. "It's your wife. She's gone completely hysterical." "She what?" "Please follow me." Kajiwara led Osawa to the cafe where I had gone. The instant he opened the door, Osawa's ears were assaulted by a veritable whirlwind of verbal fury. "What the hell are you doing? Hurry up and arrest this man!" The grating, histrionic voice was none other than Ai's. "Ma'am, please," begged the officer she was verbally assaulting. "I just need you to come with me for a while so I can ask you a few questions about the situation." The officer looked nearly on the verge of tears. A strange man, not to be outdone. Oh my god, no, fucking this guy. A strange man, not to be outdone by eyes shouting, added his own voice to the chorus. "Hurry up and find that listening device. She's got one on her, I'm sure of it." Oh, shut up. Please, please, shut up. He'd only just stepped in through the door and already Osawa wanted to run away. The cafe was almost deserted. Probably the rest of the clientele had been driven off. What few customers remained were rooted to their seats, apparently afraid of getting caught up in the mayhem themselves. "How dare you call yourself a police officer?" I harped. "This is a dereliction of duty is what it is." "Ma'am, please." The officer was in tears now. To think that good taxpayer money pays your salary." "Ma'am, please." "Recording a conversation without consent is a pretty serious crime." Recording a conversation without consent is a pretty serious crime, the other man railed. "Not cracking down on that, that's dereliction of duty, "Sir, please." "You know what? Fine. I'll find the bug myself." "Sir, please," the policeman exclaimed again, as the man advanced towards I, holding out some kind of electronic device. I recoiled. "Stop at once! Don't you dare touch my belongings!" "Aha, so you do have something to hide." What's happening right now? Alright, alright. Kajiwara interposed himself between I and the strange man. "Oh, not you," I groaned. "Why don't you go mind your business and get the hell out of here?" "Yeah," the man agreed. "Mind your own business." "Oh, don't you mind me," Kajiwara replied. "Ma'am, your husband is here." He gestured at Osawa. Osawa hadn't expected to be put on the spot. He stood frozen, speechless. "Now what?" I snarled. "What do you want?" Nothing in particular, I just... Osawa began to back away on reflex, but I closed in on him. "That's how it always is with you," she shrieked. "You never care what I do, do you? And you know what? That's fine. But it wouldn't kill you to show a little concern when I'm under attack like this." "You're her husband?" the strange man demanded. "Look, someone planted a bug on your wife. Could she be caught up in something big? Tell me, why? Why are they all coming at me now?" "Sir, please," the officer too turned to Osawa. "We just want to hear your wife's side of the story. Now I'm afraid I'll have to ask all of you to accompany me back to the station." Osawa felt like he was standing in the eye of a hurricane that was whirling faster. "In the eye of a hurricane there is quiet."
Are you even listening? Hey, are you hearing us all right, man?
Everybody please. Osawa simply stood, paralyzed.
I'm not paralyzed, but I seem to be struck by you. I wanna make you move because you're standing still, paralyzed, and stared at the storm of fury. I'm sorry.
And stared as the storm of a fury raged on and on. But no matter how hard he wished for some escape, the storm showed no sign of passing him by. I want to go home. I want to go home. I never should have come here. Why? Why did any of this have to happen? I say, shaking my fist. Bad end. I goes overboard. Osawa walked into the middle of an argument between his wife and some weirdo at the cafe. The fight kept escalating until everyone involved got an invite down to the police station. It's doubtful that anything Osawa could have said would have stopped Ai from leaving the house in a huff. So maybe the guy she's arguing with needs to change what he does. Okay, well, we'll have to do that next time. Because that is where we're gonna leave things for today. Actually, keep forgetting, I don't know how to end this game. Oh no, I clicked something. Oh no, I went back. Return to title screen. Oh, that hurt my eyeballs. There we go. 428 Shibuya Scramble. Locked and loaded for today. Period. That was fun. I had fun. What'd y'all think? There were some fun little mysteries. We got to learn some stuff. It was really good, I think. I honestly, the only thing that's like stopping me from playing more right now is the fact that it's so late and I'm tired. And I have to do stuff. I'm so tired. Literally, if it wasn't so late, I would have been like, okay, let's keep going. Which is always nice, because it just means like you're really enjoying the game. So I don't view that as my thing. But yeah, let me switch you guys over to the ending suit screen and give you some Lo-Fi beats. Next stream will be tomorrow with, I don't even know. I had been good for a little bit where I was like, oh yeah, we're gonna play this tomorrow. Okay, we're probably gonna play this tomorrow. But yeah, today I don't fucking know. We're gonna play something. I'll see you there. Or you're square. What? I don't know. That was corny. Anyways. Until next time, take care of yourselves. I'm gonna go eat food because like my stomach was growling and I swear it was probably so loud y'all could hear it. If you could hear it, I'm so sorry. I can't help it. I did not eat beforehand. So I was hungry. But yeah, until next time, take care of yourselves, and I'll see ya. Bye bye. And we got some yowie. Yeah.